I needed to be alone. That was the main reason I rented the cabin. I wasn't running from anything big. No messy divorce, no job loss, no nervous breakdown. I just felt tired in a way I couldn't explain to anyone. I was tired of traffic. I was tired of people constantly wanting something from me. I was tired of phones buzzing. I was tired of always trying to stay ahead of some invisible pressure. I didn't know what it was, but I felt like I hadn't taken a deep breath in 2 years. So I looked online, found a small off-grid cabin listed as a quiet retreat, and booked it for 2 weeks. It was up in the high part of northern Montana, not far from a place called Libby, surrounded by thick forest and miles of private logging roads. The cabin was owned by a guy who mostly kept it empty during the colder months and rented it out during spring and summer. He left the key in a hidden lockbox under a loose stone by the door and gave me a hand-drawn map of the area along with some simple rules. Keep the generator fueled, bring your own food, and don't expect a cell signal. That was perfect for me. I arrived in the early evening after a long drive. The last hour was slow, steering through dirt roads that twisted through thick forest with barely enough room for my car. The kind of roads that made you wonder if you'd taken a wrong turn 20 minutes ago. But eventually, the trees opened a little and there it was, tucked into the base of a sloping ridge that climbed steeply behind it and dropped off into thick pine forest out front. A short gravel path led up to a small porch. The cabin was just one level, maybe 20 feet across and 40 feet long, with a small porch and a fire pit out front. It looked even more remote than the photos showed. That was fine by me. I unlocked the door, stepped inside, and dropped my duffel bag on the worn wooden floor. The interior was plain but solid. One main room with a bed, small table, 2 chairs, a wood stove, and a small kitchen setup that ran on propane. A door in the back led to a small bathroom with a composting toilet and a gravity-fed shower system that used water from a black barrel outside, heated by the sun. The generator was in a shed out back and powered the few lights and fridge, though I planned to use candles mostly. I unpacked slowly, opened the windows to let in the air, and sat on the porch with a warm can of stew that I'd heated on the small gas stove. It was quiet, no traffic, no voices, not even birds. Just wind through trees and the creaking of the old deck under my feet. I didn't realize how tense I'd been until I let out a breath and felt my shoulders drop. I felt good, calm. The first few days were uneventful. I hiked, read, chopped wood, and sat on the porch watching the trees shift in the wind. The nights were cool, and I'd pull a wool blanket over my legs and listen to the fire crackle inside while staring out into the pitch-black woods. There was something about the stillness that made everything feel real again. I didn't look at my phone once. I didn't need to. I wasn't here for anyone else. But by the 5th day, I noticed something that made me pause. I was out behind the cabin near the base of the ridge, picking through dry branches to stack for the fire, when I saw something up near the tree line about 50 yards up the slope. At first, I thought it was a stump. Then I realized it was too tall and narrow. I squinted, stood still, and tried to make sense of it. It was a man, just standing there half in the shadow of a pine tree. He wasn't moving. I froze. There wasn't any reason for anyone else to be out here. This was private land. The cabin owner said the nearest house was over 5 miles away, and that the logging road was locked with a gate unless someone cut it. I stared at the figure for several seconds, and then he moved, just a slow turn, like he was walking away uphill into the trees. No rush, no panic, just gone. I walked back into the cabin and sat on the edge of the bed. My heart was beating a little faster than it should have been. I wasn't sure why it bothered me so much. Maybe it was just a hiker who got turned around. Maybe it was someone from the logging company. Maybe someone just wanted to enjoy the woods like me. But something about how still he stood, like he was watching, made my skin itch. That night, I kept checking the window. The next morning, I climbed the slope behind the cabin with a small thermos of coffee and tried to find any sign of someone having been up there. The trees were thick, but there was no trail, no boot prints, no broken branches, nothing. After about 30 minutes of searching, I gave up and chalked it up to my imagination. I probably just saw a dark tree that looked like a person for a moment. That worked until the 7th day. I woke up early, around 6, and went outside to pee in the bushes. I didn't like using the composting toilet unless I had to. The air was cold and damp, and the trees were foggy with low mist. As I stood there, I looked up at the ridge again, habit, I guess, and there he was. Same spot, just standing there, not moving. I stared at him. He didn't wave, didn't yell, didn't turn. He just stood facing my direction, legs slightly apart, arms down at his sides, and head tilted a little like he was trying to see something better. I stood there for maybe 20 seconds, heart thumping, and then slowly backed up toward the cabin. I opened the door, went inside, and shut it. I didn't want to go back out. I sat down on the edge of the bed again and tried to think. I wasn't imagining him this time. I knew what I saw. I waited for 2 hours, then went back out. The man was gone. I hiked up the ridge again, same path, checked the trees, the brush, everything. Still no tracks, no broken branches, no clothing caught on thorns. Nothing to prove someone had stood there. The rest of that day, I stayed inside. I kept the fire low, moved quietly, and didn't open the windows. Every 30 minutes, I'd check the back window and scan the ridge. No one. Still, I didn't sleep well that night. I heard sounds outside. Not voices, not yelling, just something soft. A branch snapping, a rock shifting, something dragging through leaves. I wanted to believe it was animals, but the sounds didn't move around. They stayed in one spot, close. The next morning, I found footprints by the side of the cabin. Not mine, not boots either. They looked like thin-soled shoes, maybe sneakers or something lighter. They were narrow and didn't match the tread of my hiking boots. They were right outside the window, just beneath where I had been sitting the night before. I measured with my hand and saw they were less than 2 feet from the wall. That changed everything. I didn't care if I was overreacting. Someone was out there at night, right by my window, standing for who knows how long. That wasn't normal. That wasn't some lost hiker. That was someone who had chosen to come all the way down the ridge, move quietly in the dark, and stand there looking in. I packed my things. I decided I'd drive into town, tell someone, and maybe spend a night in a motel before coming back with someone to get the rest of my stuff. But when I reached the road, the gate was locked. It wasn't locked when I came in. I didn't have the key for it. I hadn't needed it before. I had to park past the gate the first day and walk back to open it from the inside. But now there was a thick steel padlock on it and heavy new chain wound around the post. Someone had locked me in. That's when I started feeling real fear. Not nerves, not unease, fear. I drove back to the cabin fast. I checked my phone. No signal. I tried the little radio I brought. Static. I even tried walking up the ridge with the phone raised to get a single bar. Nothing. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I didn't turn on the generator. I used candles and didn't light a fire. I stayed away from the windows. I kept my knife close, and I waited for morning. I told myself once it got light, I'd hike out. I'd walk the logging road all the way into town if I had to. It might take a day, but I'd make it. No one could survive out here long without food or shelter, and I wasn't going to be a sitting duck. But that night was different. At around 2 a.m., I heard something on the roof. It was light at first, like something crawling slowly across the wood. I sat up in bed, my heart hammering. Then it shifted, and I heard the soft thud of something dropping down behind the cabin. Then footsteps, light ones. Then silence. A few minutes later, the doorknob moved. I heard the metal click. The knob turned slightly, slowly, like someone was testing it. Then silence again. I didn't breathe. I didn't move. I had locked it earlier, bolted it, and dragged the small table in front of it. My knife was still under the pillow. I sat holding it in both hands and waited. I didn't sleep. At first light, I opened the door with the knife in hand and stepped out. Nothing. No tracks. No one in sight. But I didn't care. I threw what I could into my backpack, grabbed a water jug, and started walking. I didn't stop. I walked for hours, following the road through winding trees and past empty clearings. I didn't hear anything behind me, but I kept turning around. I reached the gate near sunset and saw it was still locked from the outside. But now there was something tied to it. A piece of twine, looped loosely around the top rail, with a rock dangling from it. and carved into the wood beside. I drove up into the mountains alone that winter, thinking I needed some space to get my head right. Too many things were falling apart at once: work, family, my health. I was 36, single, tired, and stressed to the point where I could feel it physically. I couldn't focus at the office, couldn't sleep properly at night, and I was getting short with people for no reason. My hands sometimes shook even when I wasn't cold. I needed a break, and more than that, I needed quiet. My cousin owned a small cabin deep in the northern woods, about a 5-hour drive from the city. It was old and basic, with no plumbing, no internet, and no phone signal. Just a wood-burning stove, a hand pump for water outside, and a generator in the shed for lights if you needed them. No neighbors for miles. I asked if I could use it for a few weeks. He said yes, and that was that. The day I drove up, it had just snowed the night before. The roads were mostly clear until I hit the last 15 miles, which were gravel, winding, and barely maintained. My tires slipped a little a few times, but I had chains packed in the back just in case. The landscape got thicker the higher I climbed. Dense evergreens, boulders covered in snow, and long stretches of road with no tire marks except mine. My truck's heater worked well, but outside, everything looked cold and gray, like the kind of cold that sits inside your bones no matter what you wear. The cabin sat about 100 yards off the road, barely visible through the trees. You could miss it if you didn't know it was there. It looked just like I remembered from when I was a kid. A small log structure with a steep pitched roof, 2 small windows in front, and a brick chimney rising from the back. The door was wooden and heavy, the kind that groaned when you opened it. Inside, everything smelled like old pine and burnt wood. There was a couch, a table, 2 chairs, a cot with a thin mattress, and not much else. The stove sat near the back wall with a stack of chopped wood beside it. A steel kettle rested on top. The air inside was freezing, so I got a fire going right away. The first few days were exactly what I wanted. I spent most of the time sitting by the fire, reading old books that were already on the shelf, drinking black coffee, and writing in a notebook. I chopped wood during the day to keep the pile stocked, went for short walks through the snow, and kept the generator off unless I really needed it. Nights were quiet, completely silent except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional thud of snow falling off tree branches onto the roof. There was no reception, no news, no interruptions. Felt good. But then, after about a week, I started noticing things that didn't sit right with me. It began with a set of footprints. That morning, I had gone outside to get more firewood from the shed. It was snowing lightly, enough to leave a fresh dusting on the ground. As I walked back toward the cabin, I noticed there were tracks behind the building, boot prints. At first, I thought maybe they were mine from a day or two before, but I followed them slowly, and they didn't match up with my usual path. These prints circled the cabin once, stopped near the front window, then led off into the woods on the side. That made my stomach tighten. I stood there for a while, staring at the trail, trying to reason it out. Maybe I walked that way and didn't remember. Maybe some hunter had wandered too close. But I hadn't seen any tire marks or signs of another person on the road when I drove up. The nearest neighbor was 20 miles away. If someone had been here, they had to walk or take a snowmobile, and there were no snowmobile tracks anywhere. Still, I tried not to overthink it. I told myself I must have walked there and forgotten. Or maybe it was just some old print that hadn't been covered by the light snow yet. That night, I barely slept. Every sound made me sit up. Wind against the window, creaks in the roof. I kept the fire going longer than usual and lay there on the cot, eyes open, watching the front door, waiting for nothing. Over the next few days, more little things started happening. One afternoon, I came back from the woods and found the axe wasn't where I left it. I always stuck it in the chopping block after I used it, and I clearly remembered doing that. But now it was resting against the cabin wall. Maybe it slipped out. Maybe I was just distracted, but it felt off. Another time, I woke up to a loud thump outside. It was around 2 a.m. I grabbed the flashlight and opened the door, stepping out barefoot onto the icy wooden porch. Nothing but trees and snow. No animals, no falling branches. Just quiet. Too quiet. That morning, I walked a wide circle around the cabin to check for prints. I found some, new ones, and this time they weren't mine. These were fresher, deeper, and came in from the woods again. They led toward the window again and disappeared behind the trees. I stood there in my boots, freezing, staring out into the dark forest for a long time. The prints had a pattern. Whoever it was kept coming to the same spot, always checking the window, never coming to the door, never knocking, just watching. I spent that whole day jumpy. I kept checking the window every few minutes. Every time I stepped outside to get water or wood, I scanned the treeline. I didn't see anything, but the feeling that someone was there never left me. That night, I pushed the couch against the door. I kept the axe beside the cot and didn't light a fire. I sat there in the dark, fully dressed, listening. Around 3 a.m., I heard something again. It wasn't loud this time, just a soft crunch, like someone stepping on snow. I didn't move. I held my breath and waited. Another crunch. It was slow and steady, maybe 15 or 20 feet away. Then it stopped. I got up quietly and moved toward the window. I pulled back the curtain just an inch and looked out. I couldn't see anything, just trees, snow, the same stillness as always. But I could feel it, that something was out there, watching, standing still, just like the other nights. In the morning, the prints were there again. Same spot, same pattern, just standing under the window. That's when I knew it wasn't an accident. Someone was out there on purpose. I thought about leaving. I even packed my bag and loaded it into the truck. But when I tried to start it, the battery was dead, completely flat. I opened the hood and checked the terminals. Nothing looked wrong, but it wouldn't turn over. I tried jump-starting it with the generator, but even that didn't work. The battery was just done. I don't know if it froze or if someone tampered with it. I couldn't be sure of anything anymore. Now I was stuck. I had enough food for another week, maybe 10 days if I stretched it. But I didn't like the idea of sitting there waiting for someone to make a move. I didn't have a gun, only the axe and a knife from the kitchen. I started keeping the axe with me all the time, even when I went outside to piss. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I kept the lights off and sat near the window with a blanket over my shoulders, watching. I wanted to see them. I wanted to catch them in the act, but I never did. Then, 2 days later, the generator stopped working. I went out to the shed to check, and the fuel line had been cut. A clean slice, not chewed by an animal, cut with something sharp. That's when I realized someone was trying to isolate me, take away the warmth, the light, the options. That evening, I didn't light a fire. I kept quiet, sat in the dark again. Around midnight, I heard footsteps on the porch. Not snow, not trees, wood, right outside the front door. Step, step, step. I grabbed the axe, heart pounding so loud I could barely breathe. The handle on the door moved, just a tiny rattle. Then silence. I stood there, axe raised, muscles tense, staring at the door for what felt like forever. Nothing. I didn't open it. I waited. An hour passed. Then 2. No more sounds. Finally, I slumped into the chair, still holding the axe, and waited for daylight. When the sun came up, I opened the door slowly and stepped outside. There were more footprints on the porch. They went right up to the door, then turned and walked back toward the woods. This time, I followed them. I walked nearly half a mile through the snow, weaving through trees, following the trail. Finally, I reached a small clearing. In the center, there was a pile of bones. Animal bones, mostly. Deer, maybe a rabbit. But there was something else mixed in. Something I couldn't identify right away. A boot, just one, half buried in the snow, next to a torn piece of cloth. I looked around, heart racing, and realized this place had been used more than once. The snow had been trampled, the trees around it marked with cuts. That was enough. I turned back toward the cabin fast. That night, I made a decision. I wasn't staying another day. At sunrise, I packed everything I could carry, filled a thermos with hot water from the stove, and started walking. I didn't care about the truck. I followed the road downhill, 15 miles to the nearest ranger station. Took nearly 8 hours. By the time I got there, my feet were numb, and my fingers were raw from the cold. The ranger on duty took one look at me and called for help. They gave me food, warmth, and a ride into town. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away from people. That was the only reason. Not because I liked the woods, not because I was writing a book or finding myself or anything dramatic like that. I was just tired. I worked in a warehouse on the edge of the city, night shifts mostly, and after a while, the noise of forklifts and the humming of fluorescent lights started getting under my skin. The people around me weren't bad, but I didn't want to be around anyone anymore. Even hearing my neighbors through the walls annoyed me, even the sound of someone talking on the street outside. I saved for 2 months, lived cheap, and booked a cabin online. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything like that. It was on one of those older rental websites where you have to send an email and wait a few days for a reply. The guy who owned it gave me the directions, the key code to the lockbox, and that was it. He said there was no internet, no cable, just power and running water. I didn't care. I wasn't going there to scroll my phone or watch TV. I packed a few books, brought a couple of frozen meals in a cooler with dry ice, and filled the rest of my bag with instant noodles, canned soup, and a decent amount of jerky. Enough for at least 10 days. The drive was long and boring. Most of it was on highways, then back roads, then gravel. There was a point where my GPS completely cut out and I had to rely on the printed directions I brought. I stopped seeing houses after about 20 minutes on the gravel road. After a while, I wasn't even sure if I was on the right path. But then I saw a wooden post with a faded red ribbon tied to it, just like the owner had said. I turned onto a narrower dirt road that curved through dense trees, and 5 minutes later, there it was. The cabin wasn't fancy. One level, old wood siding, slightly mossy, a small deck out front, a bench and a fire pit a few feet away. There was a little shed off to the side. The roof looked newer than the rest of it. There were no tire tracks or signs that anyone had been around for a while. I unlocked the front door, stepped inside, and smelled dust and wood. The place was small. 1 bedroom, 1 bathroom, a tiny kitchen with an electric stove and mini fridge, and a living room that had an old brown couch, a rocking chair, and a coffee table with a water ring on it. There were cobwebs in the corners, a few dead flies on the windowsill. I dropped my bag on the floor and stood there for a long minute. No sirens, no voices, no sounds at all except the faint ticking of a wall clock and the creaking of the cabin settling around me. It was the quietest place I had been in years. I spent the first 2 days doing almost nothing. I made soup, walked a bit around the property, and read half a book. I didn't even light a fire. I just wanted to sit, breathe, and not hear anything. Felt good. On the 3rd day, something changed. Started small. I found boot prints near the shed. Not mine. I was wearing trail shoes with a very different tread. These were boots. Big ones. They looked older, more worn. I stared at them for a long time. There were 4 or 5 steps, like someone had walked from the trees toward the shed and turned back. At first, I thought they might have been there before I arrived. Maybe the guy who owned the place had been around and left them. But I remembered the rain from the night I arrived. It had poured for hours. If these prints had been there before, they would have washed out. But they were sharp, clear, fresh. I didn't panic. I told myself it was probably a hunter, or someone hiking. The woods were big and easy to get turned around in. Maybe someone passed by. Still, I checked the shed. It had a padlock, old and rusty, but it was latched. I didn't open it. I don't know why. Something about it made me feel like I shouldn't touch it, like it wasn't my space. That night, I locked the cabin door and dragged the rocking chair against it. I laughed at myself while I did it, like I was overreacting. Still, I didn't sleep much. I kept hearing sounds outside. Sticks breaking, movement in the leaves, maybe deer, maybe wind, but it kept me awake. The next morning, I found something that rattled me harder. I went out to check the fire pit area, and there was a long piece of bark standing upright in the center of the ring of stones. Just standing there. It was about 2 feet tall, stripped mostly clean, and stabbed into the ash like a post. I hadn't put it there. No one should have. I hadn't seen anyone. I hadn't heard a car, hadn't heard footsteps. Nothing. But there it was. I stared at it for a long time. I walked around it, kicked at the ground, looked for tracks, but the earth around the fire pit was hard and dry. I picked up the bark and threw it into the trees. I didn't want it near me. After that, I stood on the deck for almost an hour, just watching the trees. Nothing moved. I couldn't even hear birds. By evening, I was so on edge I almost packed up and left. But something kept me there. Not courage, not pride, just a kind of weird stubbornness. Like I didn't want to admit I was scared of nothing. I locked the door again, pushed the rocking chair against it, and pulled the old curtains over the windows. I made sure the lights were off before it got fully dark. I didn't want to be lit up like a target inside the glass. I ate jerky in the dark and tried to read, but my eyes kept drifting to the window. That night I heard footsteps. Not animals, not wind. Footsteps. Slow, steady, moving around the cabin. I didn't move. I didn't even breathe. I lay still on the couch, heart pounding, eyes wide open. I heard them circle once, then again, then stop at the front. I waited. Nothing happened. No knock, no voice, just silence. Eventually, hours later, I must have fallen asleep because the sun woke me. I ran out the door, heart still pounding. I scanned the clearing. Nothing. No one. I checked the dirt. This time I found a single footprint. The same boot, right in front of the steps. I didn't feel safe anymore. I made up my mind to leave the next day, early morning. I packed some of my things, loaded them into the trunk, and kept only a few things inside for the night. I told myself I could handle one more night. Before sunset, I walked a wide circle around the cabin, just to be sure. About 100 feet out, I found something that made my stomach drop. Tarp, faded green, half covered with leaves. Under it were broken branches laid out like a bed, a pile of animal bones, and a few cans of food, some empty, some not. Next to them, a black backpack, dirty, torn. I didn't touch it, but I could see just barely that inside were papers. Notebooks, maps, wrappers, and what looked like a photo of a cabin. This cabin. I turned and ran back. I didn't stop to catch my breath. I slammed the door, locked it, pushed the chair up again, and sat there shaking. Someone had been living out here, watching, waiting, maybe longer than just the last few days. I thought about the tarp, the photo, the bones, and I felt sick. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat in the dark, holding the only weapon I had, a heavy fire poker I found in the corner. I heard nothing for hours. Then I heard the shed. It wasn't loud, just a creak. Then a soft metallic sound, like a latch or chain. Then silence. I sat frozen. I didn't want to go out. I didn't want to check, but I had to. I waited until first light. When I stepped outside, the shed door was open. Not all the way, just a crack. The padlock lay in the grass, cut clean through. I didn't go inside. I got in my car, turned the key, and backed down that dirt road faster than I should have. I didn't stop for anything. When I hit gravel, I didn't slow down. I drove all the way to the highway, then into the nearest town, and parked at a gas station. I sat there for 10 minutes before I got out, went inside, and told the clerk I needed to call the police. They came. I gave them everything. The address, the tarp, the print, the shed. They asked me why I hadn't called sooner. I didn't have a good answer. I think part of me still didn't believe it was real. Later, I got a call from one of the officers. They found someone's camp deep in the woods, maybe a mile from the cabin. It had a journal inside, pages full of notes about the cabin. When I came, when I left, what I ate, how long I stayed outside. There were sketches of me. The officer didn't say much more, just that the man who wrote them wasn't there anymore. They didn't know where he went. They were still looking. I never went back to that cabin. I never even asked for a refund. I deleted the emails, threw out the books I read there, and never answered when the owner reached out asking what had happened. I didn't care about the deposit. I just wanted to forget. Sometimes, late at night, I still wonder what would have happened if I stayed just one more day. And sometimes, when I park in front of my apartment, I look around to see if anyone is watching. Because now I know some people don't knock. They wait. They watch. and they don't always leave. They just move closer. I decided to take a break from everything. Work, noise, screens, the city. I'd been staring at spreadsheets and concrete buildings for too long. Everything felt too fast, too fake, too loud. I wanted a full reset, so I rented a small cabin deep in the northern woods, somewhere outside Montana. The listing said it was old, remote, had no Wi-Fi, and only basic cell signal on high ground. That was exactly what I was looking for. I packed some gear, clothes, food, a good knife, a small hatchet, water containers, a journal, and left everything else behind. The drive was long. Once I passed the last gas station and general store, the paved road disappeared and turned into gravel. From there, I followed a narrow dirt track for nearly an hour, winding between tall pines and silent forest. There were no other cabins nearby, no signs, no houses, just trees, dirt, and the occasional squirrel darting across the path. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked just like in the photos. Small, wooden, weathered. It sat on a slight slope, surrounded by trees on all sides except the front, where there was a clearing with a fire pit and a view of the valley below. There were old wooden steps, a porch with a creaking swing, and a door that stuck a bit when I tried to push it open. Inside, everything was simple. A wood stove, a single bed, a table, 2 chairs, a couple of shelves, and a metal sink connected to a gravity-fed water tank. The bathroom was a small outhouse 20 feet behind the cabin. The air smelled like pine and earth. No traffic, no people, just birds, wind, and silence. I unpacked, took a deep breath, and sat on the porch swing, listening to the forest around me. For the first 2 days, everything went perfectly. I woke up with the sun, made coffee on the gas stove, read books I hadn't touched in years, wrote in my journal, and hiked small trails I found nearby. I cooked simple meals, watched the light fade through the trees, and went to bed early. I kept my phone off. No social media, no news, no notifications. I felt calm for the first time in months. But on the 3rd day, I started noticing little things. It began with a boot print. It was faint but fresh, in the dirt near the back of the cabin, close to the outhouse. I hadn't been back there that morning, and the print wasn't from my own boots. It was slightly wider with a different tread pattern. I looked around the area, but I didn't see anything else. No more prints, no trash, no sign someone had come close. I told myself it might have been from earlier. Maybe I missed it before, or maybe someone came by weeks ago and the print hadn't fully washed away. Still, it made me more alert. That night, as I was falling asleep, I heard movement outside. It was soft, like crunching leaves and slow steps. Not an animal running or digging. These were paced movements, careful ones. I stayed still, listening. It circled once around the cabin, slow and steady. Then silence. I waited, heart thumping, but nothing else happened. No knock, no voices, no animals. Just that one round of movement, and then it was gone. I told myself it might have been a deer or a bear. Maybe it smelled food and walked around before leaving. Still, I had trouble falling back asleep. I kept the axe close to my bed that night. The next morning, I checked all around the cabin. There were faint impressions in the dirt and leaves, but nothing clear enough to confirm. It wasn't heavy enough for a bear. Could have been someone, but who would walk all the way out here, then leave without a trace? I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. On the 4th day, I went hiking. I wanted to distract myself and shake off the nerves. I followed a trail that led down the hill and then curved around the forest. I didn't bring my phone, just my knife, water, and a snack. After 2 hours, I turned around and came back the same way. But about halfway to the cabin, I saw something strange. A tree had been marked, a vertical slash across its bark, low to the ground. Fresh, not a natural break or animal scratch. I checked the nearby trees. Another had a smaller mark on it, just a few feet away. They weren't random. They pointed toward the direction of the cabin, like trail markers. I hadn't seen them before. I walked slower after that, eyes scanning the woods. Nothing moved. No sounds, no wind. Just heavy stillness. When I reached the cabin, I did another walk around. Nothing new. No fresh tracks. No moved objects. I double-checked the lock on the front door and started keeping the axe with me at all times, even inside. I also began closing the blinds at night and locking the outhouse from the inside, though it was a pain to do. That evening, while writing in my journal, I looked up and saw something, a shape, in the trees, just barely visible through the gap in the blinds. It was far, maybe 50 yards away, but I saw it, a dark figure, not moving, just standing there between the trees, blending into the shadows. I froze. My hand hovered over the axe. I stared hard, not blinking. The figure didn't move. I got up slowly, stepped away from the window, turned off the lights, and sat in the dark for over an hour. When I finally peeked out again, it was gone. The next morning, I found another boot print behind the cabin. This time it was clearer, deeper in the dirt, like someone had stood there longer. I also found something worse. My water container, the one I left near the fire pit, was missing. I searched the area, thinking maybe a raccoon dragged it away, but it was just gone. I had to start using my backup bottle from the cabin. That night, I made a mistake. I fell asleep with the oil lamp on. Around 2 a.m., I woke up. I didn't know why. Something felt wrong. I sat up, disoriented. The lamp was still lit, casting soft yellow light across the wooden walls. The cabin felt cold. I looked toward the front door, and my stomach dropped. The door was cracked open. Not wide, just slightly. A few inches. Enough to show that the latch had been pushed. I stared at it for a long time. My heart thudded hard. I got up, slowly, grabbed the axe, and tiptoed to the door. I nudged it shut and latched it again, pressing hard to make sure it stuck. Then I moved a chair under the knob. I didn't sleep again after that. I sat in the corner with the axe across my lap until the sun came up. In the daylight, I checked the door. There were smudges near the knob. Dirt. A faint print. Not animal. A hand. Someone had tried to open it. Successfully. Whoever it was had gotten in while I was asleep. They hadn't taken anything. Nothing was moved. Nothing was missing inside. But they had come in. Stood there. Watched, maybe. That thought made my skin crawl. I packed my things fast. I loaded everything back into the car and was about to leave, but I paused. The car wouldn't start. I turned the key. Nothing. No sound. I checked the battery cables. They were loose. Both of them. Someone had pulled them off. I reattached them, but the car still wouldn't start. I checked the fuel cap. There was a rag stuffed into it. I pulled it out, heart pounding. Someone had sabotaged my car. I was stuck. There was no signal at the cabin. But I remembered the ridge to the west had weak reception if I climbed up high enough. I grabbed a backpack with water, the knife, and a jacket. I left a note inside the cabin in case someone came, then headed out on foot. It took almost 2 hours of steep climbing before I got a single bar on my phone. I called the rental company first, no answer. I called a tow service I had saved, no luck, no coverage that far out. I finally got through to the local ranger station. I explained everything, left my coordinates, and they told me someone would be sent out by morning. I hiked back as the sun was going down. I didn't go inside the cabin. Instead, I stayed in the car with the axe and the knife. I locked all doors, pulled a blanket around myself, and stayed alert. I heard movement again that night, more than before. At one point, I heard tapping on the back of the car. Light taps like fingernails or sticks. Then silence. I held the knife tight and kept still. When dawn broke, I got out slowly. The car had scratches on the rear window. Thin, shallow ones. The cabin door was open again. This time, things inside were different. The journal I kept was gone. My food bag had been dumped out. My extra boots were missing, but nothing else. I walked through the cabin slowly, checking every corner. I didn't find anyone. The ranger arrived at noon. I almost broke down when I saw the truck. A woman in a tan uniform stepped out. I didn't care who she was. I was just relieved. I told her everything. She looked around, took notes, and said it wasn't the first time they'd heard strange reports from this area. I asked what that meant. She didn't say much. Just that some cabins in remote spots got visitors sometimes, drifters, off-grid people, squatters, people who don't want to be found. We drove back to town. I left the cabin. I hadn't planned to spend the week alone in the woods. It just kind of happened. My uncle had this old cabin in the northern part of the state, not far from the Canadian border, and for the longest time it had just been sitting there empty. He bought it back in the 80s when land up there was dirt cheap. No neighbors for miles, tucked between dense pine woods and backed up against a shallow lake. He used to go there to fish and trap, mostly just to get away. After he passed, nobody wanted to deal with the place. The roof needed work, the plumbing was ancient, and it was too far from anything for it to be worth fixing up. I never even thought about the cabin until one day I found myself burned out. City noise, work pressure, just a kind of low, boiling stress that built up every day. I wanted to go somewhere quiet, somewhere nobody would text me, where I didn't have to think. I remembered the cabin then. My mom had offered it to me a few years ago, said I could take it if I wanted to fix it up, but I didn't care about fixing anything. I just wanted to get away. So I packed up my Jeep with basic supplies, cans of food, a jerry can of fuel, a box of tools, and a hunting knife my dad gave me when I was a teenager, and drove upstate. It took 8 hours, mostly highway until the last stretch, which turned into a gravel road and then narrowed down into a dirt path that twisted through the trees. The forest up there was heavy. Pines stretched so high you couldn't see the tops, and the undergrowth was thick with ferns and bramble. I didn't see another car the whole last hour. When I reached the cabin, it was just as I remembered from when I'd seen it once as a kid. A gray, sagging structure with a slanted porch, half covered in moss. The place smelled like damp wood and dead leaves, but the roof was mostly intact. The front door stuck, but I managed to force it open with a shoulder shove. Inside, it was dark and smelled musty. Dust floated in the sunlight that came through the gaps in the boarded-up windows. There were spiderwebs in every corner, and mouse droppings on the floor. Still, it was standing. The wood stove was there. The bed frame too, though I brought my own sleeping bag and roll-up mat. I spent the first few hours sweeping out dust, checking for mold, and making sure there weren't any animals living in the walls. Found one squirrel nest in a cabinet. I left it alone. There was no electricity, no plumbing, no cell signal. I brought a solar battery pack for my phone, but it didn't matter. Without reception, it was just a clock. There was a well pump out back, rusty but still drawing water, though I filtered everything before using it. I had a flashlight and backup batteries, and a small lantern I kept with me at night. For the first 2 days, everything was fine. The peace was what I needed. I'd sit on the porch and watch the sun go down behind the trees, eat canned beans with a fork straight from the can, and read old books I brought. I didn't think about work, didn't think about the city, just the wind in the trees, the creak of the cabin settling, and the chirp of birds in the distance. It was good, but on the third night, things started to feel off. It started with a noise. I'd been sitting inside the cabin just after sundown. The fire in the stove was burning low, throwing soft orange light on the walls. I was reading an old paperback when I heard it, something outside. A crunch, not like a branch falling, more like footsteps, not a person's footsteps, heavier, slower. I paused, flashlight in hand, and listened. It came again, a thud against the side of the cabin, then silence. I waited, heart suddenly faster. I held my breath for what felt like a minute. Nothing. Eventually, I figured it was probably a deer. There were plenty in the area, and they weren't exactly quiet when walking through brush. I went back to reading but didn't stay up much longer. I double-checked the door latch before rolling into my sleeping bag and shutting off the light. I couldn't sleep. Every time I started to drift off, I thought I heard something. Faint crunches, shifting noises, like something was brushing against the walls. I told myself it was just my mind playing tricks, but I barely got 2 hours of sleep. The next morning, I walked around the cabin, checking for tracks. The ground was soft and damp from a recent rain, so if something had been walking near the cabin, I figured I'd see some sign. I did. There were prints, big ones, not boot prints, but not quite animal either. The closest thing I could compare them to was a bear, maybe, except they were long and narrow. 5 toes, but spaced weird, and deeper than a deer or wolf print. I bent down and touched one. The soil was pressed deep, as if something heavy had stood there a while. The trail went around the cabin, then vanished into the woods behind the outhouse. I didn't follow it. I told myself again it was a bear, maybe with a limp or some deformity. But the size of it stuck with me. I spent the rest of the day gathering wood, trying to take my mind off it. I didn't like being jumpy, didn't want to scare myself out of staying. But that night, I didn't light a fire. I didn't want to draw attention. I ate cold beans, sat in the dark, listened, and the noises came back. This time, I was sure it was walking. 1 step, pause, another step. It circled the cabin, slow, deliberate. I didn't dare look out the window. I was afraid if I shined my light, I'd see something looking back. It stood near the front porch for a long time. I could hear the wood creaking like weight was pressing on it. Then a long dragging sound, like claws or nails across the boards. I sat still, gripping my knife, not blinking. Eventually, the sound stopped. I waited in the dark until dawn. When the sky started to lighten, I finally looked out. Nothing was there. I went outside with shaking hands. Again, I found prints. Same as before. This time, they went up the steps and across the porch. Something had stood just outside the door. A greasy smear was on the doorknob, like something oily had touched it. I felt sick. I considered leaving that morning, but I was 5 hours from the nearest town and hadn't slept properly in 2 days. I didn't want to crash my Jeep trying to drive exhausted. I told myself I'd leave the next day. That afternoon, I packed up most of my stuff and loaded the Jeep, leaving only the basics inside for one last night. Sleeping bag, water, a protein bar. As the sun went down, I placed a hammer next to my sleeping bag, just in case. I didn't sleep. I didn't even lay down. I sat against the far wall, light off, knife in hand, trying not to breathe too loud. Around midnight, it came back. No footsteps this time, just a single loud knock on the front door, like a human knock. Then silence. I sat there frozen for over an hour. Then came the scratching. Light at first, like something gently dragging fingers across the wood. Then harder, scraping, tearing. Something wanted in. I didn't move. Suddenly, the window shutter next to me banged open. I jumped so hard I dropped the knife. I grabbed it again and turned on the flashlight. The shutter was hanging loose. I ran forward and slammed it shut. That's when I heard something breathing on the other side of the wall. Heavy, wheezing, slow. I backed away. The breathing moved along the wall, toward the door. Then it stopped. I stood there in the dark for the rest of the night. At sunrise, I grabbed my bag and ran. I didn't stop to check the porch. I didn't even look behind me. I just jumped into the Jeep, started the engine, and drove. I didn't stop until I hit the first gas station 3 hours south. Only then did I breathe normally again. When I got home, I couldn't stop thinking about it. I looked up animal tracks. Nothing matched. I checked for news stories, missing hikers, strange sightings. Nothing. I told my mom I wasn't going back to the cabin. Ever. A few weeks later, I got a package in the mail. No return address. Inside was a single item. The knife I dropped that night. Still stained. Still warm like it had just been held. I didn't sleep for a week after that. I needed a break. That was the reason I told myself when I booked the cabin. Everything in the city was grinding me down. The noise, the deadlines, the crowded streets. Even simple things like walking to the store had started to feel like a chore. I wasn't sleeping much either, and when I did, I'd wake up more tired than before. I was working too much, drinking too much coffee, spending too much time staring at a screen. I felt fried, burned out, disconnected from everything. So I rented this cabin I found online. It was about 3 hours outside the city, tucked into the edge of a forest near a small lake. The pictures showed an old wooden building with a tin roof, a small dock by the water, and a trail that led into thick woods behind it. It looked peaceful, quiet, secluded, That was the word the ad used. Secluded. That was what I wanted. I packed up my car on a Wednesday afternoon, right after work. I threw in some food, a few changes of clothes, my sleeping bag, a flashlight, and a couple of books I kept meaning to read but never got around to. I didn't take much else. No laptop, no headphones, just my phone in case of an emergency. I planned to turn it off as soon as I got there. The drive was long and boring. The roads narrowed the deeper I got into the woods. The trees got thicker, taller, older. By the time I reached the dirt road that led to the cabin, I hadn't seen another car in almost half an hour. I drove slow, the gravel popping under my tires, trying not to miss the turnoff the host had mentioned in the instructions. The cabin was even more isolated than I expected. No other houses, no power lines, just trees in every direction. When I pulled up in front of it, I sat in the car for a few minutes with the engine off, just listening. No traffic, no voices, just wind in the branches and the sound of birds far off. Felt good. I unpacked slowly. The cabin was small but clean. A single bedroom with a window that faced the woods, a kitchen with a gas stove and a tiny fridge, and a living room with a wood-burning stove and a few chairs. No TV, no internet, no clocks. The host had left a printed binder of instructions and emergency contacts. The nearest town was 20 miles away, and the only road in or out was the one I'd come in on. I walked the property after I settled in. There was a narrow trail that ran behind the cabin and wound into the forest. A few deer tracks crossed it, and I spotted what looked like an old fire pit about 100 feet in. The air smelled clean, fresh pine and damp earth. I breathed deep and tried to let go of whatever stress I'd brought with me. That first night, I lit a fire in the stove, cooked some pasta, and read a book until I couldn't keep my eyes open. I slept hard and deep, better than I had in months. No noise, no interruptions, no emails. Just the darkness outside and the heat from the stove. It was on the second day that I noticed something strange. It was late afternoon, just before sunset. I'd been out hiking most of the day, following deer trails and watching the light shift through the branches. I came back to the cabin tired and sweaty. I was standing by the kitchen window, pouring a glass of water, when I saw something move at the edge of the woods. At first, I thought it was an animal, maybe a bear or a moose. But when I looked closer, I realized it was a person, a man, just standing there, right at the tree line. He wasn't moving. He wasn't waving or walking or doing anything, just standing, watching. I stood there with the glass in my hand, not sure what to do. He was too far to make out any details, just a dark figure in the shadows between the trees. He wasn't holding anything. He wasn't wearing any kind of uniform or bright colors, just dark clothes, still as a statue. I turned around, thinking maybe it was just my eyes playing tricks. I looked back. He was gone. I went outside and stepped off the porch, scanning the woods. Nothing. The trees rustled in the breeze, but the man was nowhere to be seen. I stood there for a few minutes, listening, trying to hear footsteps or anything that would tell me he was still nearby. But there was only silence. I told myself it was probably just a hiker passing through. Maybe he saw the cabin and didn't want to get too close. Maybe he left as soon as he realized someone was here. That made sense, I thought. I went back inside and locked the door, just in case. That night, I didn't sleep as well. Every creak of the cabin, every gust of wind against the walls made me sit up and listen. I kept telling myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't stop thinking about that figure in the woods. The next morning, I found footprints. They weren't mine. They were by the back trail, a little past where the fire pit was. I was walking with a cup of coffee in my hand, just stretching my legs, when I spotted them. They were faint but definitely there, bigger than my shoes and deeper, fresh, like someone had been there recently. They led in a half circle around the side of the cabin and then disappeared back into the trees. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I didn't have any reason to be scared, I told myself. Could have been anyone. A hunter, a lost camper, someone out for a walk. But this place was supposed to be empty, secluded. That was the whole reason I'd picked it. I decided not to stay outside too long that day. I went back in, double-checked the locks, and kept the curtains closed. I tried to read, tried to distract myself, but I kept glancing at the windows. Every time a shadow moved, my heart jumped. By that night, I was considering leaving early. Then, just after midnight, I heard the noise. It was soft, barely there, like gravel shifting. I got up and walked to the front window, standing to the side so I wouldn't be seen from outside. I waited, holding my breath. Then I saw him. He was back, standing in the same spot at the tree line. Closer this time, still not moving. I watched for 5 minutes, 10. He didn't budge, just stood there, facing the cabin. I backed away slowly, heart pounding, and went to the bedroom. I grabbed the flashlight and a kitchen knife. I didn't have any weapons, nothing more useful than that. I sat in the corner of the room with my back to the wall, staring at the door. I didn't sleep. When morning came, he was gone again. I packed everything. I was ready to leave, even though I'd paid for 3 more nights. I didn't care. I tossed my bag into the car, slammed the trunk shut, and climbed into the driver's seat. The engine wouldn't start. I tried again. Nothing. Just a click. Then silence. I popped the hood and got out. I checked what I could, though I barely knew what I was doing. Everything looked normal, but it wouldn't turn over. No power at all. I went back inside to check the emergency binder. I picked up the phone. No signal. I held it up to the window, stepped outside, walked in circles. Still no signal. I couldn't call anyone. I couldn't drive anywhere. And someone had been standing outside my cabin for 2 nights in a row. I stayed inside the rest of the day. I kept the knife in my pocket and the flashlight by my side. I didn't open any windows. I didn't step outside. That night, just after sunset, I heard footsteps on the porch. Not the woods, not the gravel, right on the porch. Then I heard the creak of wood, like someone testing their weight on the steps. I sat in the living room behind the stove, heart racing. I didn't move. I didn't breathe. The doorknob rattled, just once, then silence. I waited in that spot for hours. The fire died out and I didn't relight it. I didn't want any light that would make me visible. I stared at the front door until the sky began to turn pale again. When I finally opened the door the next morning, nothing was there. But I found something tucked under a rock on the porch. It was a piece of paper, torn from a notebook. No words, just a simple drawing. It was a picture of the cabin, crude like a child had drawn it, with trees all around it, and a figure standing by the door holding what looked like a knife. That was it. I left everything behind and walked out. I didn't stop. I didn't wait. I hiked 20 miles to the nearest town with nothing but the clothes on my back. I knocked on the door of the first house I saw, and they called the police. I told them everything, every single detail. They believed me enough to send a patrol out. They didn't find the drawing, or any footprints, but they found the cabin, and my car, and my things, but someone had slashed the tires, and ripped the battery wires clean out. There were deep scratches on the back door, like someone had used a blade. They never found the man, or any sign of who he was. They asked if I had enemies, if I owed money, if I had any stalkers or unstable friends. I didn't. I changed my number, moved apartments, got a new job. I haven't been near a forest since. I still don't know what he wanted, or why he picked me, but I know this. He was watching me, every day, every night, and he knew I was alone. I needed a break from everything. Work, city noise, people, the constant pressure of staying connected, replying fast, being available all the time. It was too much. I hadn't taken any real time off in years, and it had started to show. I couldn't sleep properly. I was getting irritable over small things. My chest felt tight all the time, like I was stuck in a slow panic that never fully exploded but never went away either. I wasn't eating right. I wasn't talking to people right. I felt wrong in my own skin. So I decided I'd rent a small cabin in a remote area of northern Montana, right along a river bend. It was one of those places you find through weird listings, not the major platforms, but some independent site built back in 2009 with bad fonts and watermarked photos. But I didn't care. The listing said there was no Wi-Fi, no phone signal, no electricity, just a gas-powered generator for lights and a wood stove for heat. That's what I wanted. No screens, no people, just me, a fire, and some paperbacks. I drove up early in the morning. Took me nearly 9 hours, including stops. As the roads got narrower and the trees thicker, I felt myself relaxing for the first time in months. There were no honking cars or bright signs or people walking too slow in front of me. Just the constant hush of pine trees and the occasional crunch of gravel under my tires. The final stretch was just dirt road, and I had to slow down to 15 miles an hour to avoid bouncing my car to pieces. There were signs for Cold River Loop and a rusted gate with a bent arm I had to manually lift out of the way. I reached the cabin by late afternoon. It was smaller than it looked in the photos. One story, sloped tin roof, and a porch that leaned forward like it was too tired to stand straight. The river was just a short walk down a slope of dried grass and shrubs. I could hear it clearly, fast and loud, like it had no intention of calming down for me. I parked the car off to the side, hauled my gear inside, and checked everything. The gas generator was behind the cabin, inside a small wooden shed with mesh windows. The previous guest had left it about half full, and I had brought 2 extra gas cans just in case. The wood stove was in the center of the cabin, and there was a huge pile of chopped firewood stacked behind the shed, dry and covered in tarp. Inside was one room, plus a tiny bathroom with a compost toilet and gravity-fed sink. The main room had a bed, a reading chair, a table, and some shelves with lanterns, pots, and first aid supplies. It smelled like pine, dust, and old burnt wood. I unpacked, made a sandwich from the cooler I brought, and spent the evening reading by lantern light. When the generator ran, I had one bulb overhead, a low hum buzzing along with it. I didn't mind the noise. It was better than my phone vibrating every 10 minutes. The first night was quiet. I slept surprisingly well, even though I wasn't used to that kind of silence. It wasn't silent. The river was loud, and now and then I'd hear something shift in the woods or knock against the cabin. Probably branches or animals, but it was the kind of noise that didn't demand anything from me. I could fall asleep to that. Over the next 2 days, I settled in. I made a fire in the mornings to take the edge off the cold. I walked along the river. I cooked simple meals on the portable stove I brought. I read. I napped. The peace wasn't exciting, but it was exactly what I'd hoped for. On the 3rd evening, I even sat outside for a long time, wrapped in a blanket on the porch chair, just watching the sky go from blue to purple to black. I saw stars I didn't even know existed. I hadn't felt this still in years. But the 4th night was different. It started with footsteps. I had gone to bed around 10. I turned off the generator, so the cabin was pitch black except for the red glow of the dying stove fire. I wasn't asleep yet. I was lying there, half under the blanket, thinking about how I'd probably extend the trip another few days. Then I heard crunching. Not a random branch snap or rustle of wind, but steady, deliberate steps on dry grass, coming from behind the cabin. I held my breath. There were no nearby cabins, no neighbors. I hadn't seen another human being since I turned off the main road 2 days ago. These steps were not mine. They were coming closer, slow, one after another. I sat up, quietly, and looked toward the window. It was too dark to see anything. The footsteps stopped. I waited. Nothing. I stayed like that, still and alert, for maybe 20 minutes. I finally convinced myself it could have been a deer, maybe a bear, or even a tree branch falling just right. I told myself whatever it was gone. I eventually fell asleep, but it wasn't deep sleep. It was the kind of sleep where you wake up every hour thinking you heard something. The next morning, I went around the cabin to check. The ground behind the cabin sloped toward a thicker patch of woods, and the grass was dry and matted. I didn't see any footprints, but the grass looked disturbed in a wide line like something large had passed through. Could have been an elk. I told myself that again. I made tea. I read. I tried to shake the unease. But that night, it came again. Same sound, same slow approach, but this time it circled the cabin. It walked behind, then along the left side near the window, and then around to the front porch. My heart was thumping so loud I felt it in my throat. I hadn't brought a gun, just bear spray and a hatchet I kept by the firewood. I quietly got up and stood in the dark, holding the hatchet, listening. The front porch creaked. Once, then silence. I didn't sleep at all that night. I stayed up until sunrise, sitting in the reading chair with the hatchet on my lap. I didn't hear anything else, but I never felt alone. It was like the air had changed. That morning, I found something strange. Near the front steps, pressed into the dirt, was a boot print. Clear, left foot, deep tread, human, not mine. It was a bigger size than I wore, maybe size 12 or 13, and it was fresh. The edges were sharp. It hadn't rained, so it wasn't washed in. It hadn't been there the previous day. I was sure of that. There was only one print, no others around it. I packed up most of my gear that morning and loaded it into the car. I kept enough inside for one more night if I stayed. I wasn't sure yet. Part of me thought I should leave right away, but it felt like giving up. I come here to reset, to get stronger, not run away the second something didn't feel right. But I also didn't want to be stupid. I drove about 10 miles back down the dirt road to where I last had a bit of signal. I messaged a friend just a simple, "Hey, checking in, all good," and then turned back. I wanted a digital trace just in case. On the way back, I noticed something I hadn't seen before. A red aluminum can crushed into the gravel, maybe a Budweiser. I hadn't littered. I hadn't seen it earlier. It looked fairly fresh, no dirt or fading. I didn't pick it up. That night, I didn't run the generator. I didn't light a lantern. I stayed in complete darkness. I put a chair by the window and watched. For hours. Around 1:30 in the morning, I saw a shape move between the trees near the river. Tall, upright, paused every few feet. I couldn't make out features, just the shape. Came closer. I sat frozen, one hand on the bear spray, the other gripping the hatchet. The figure stopped about 20 feet from the porch, stood there for maybe 10 minutes, then turned and walked slowly back into the trees. I stayed up until dawn again. I didn't move. I didn't sleep. I left everything behind except for my keys and wallet and drove away the moment there was enough light to see the road. I didn't report it. What would I say? Someone maybe followed me to a cabin and watched me? There was no proof, no harm done yet, but I knew if I stayed, something would have happened. I felt it. It was in the way that shape moved. Patient, confident, like it had time, like it was waiting. I never went back. I didn't ask for a refund. I didn't leave a review. Months passed. I got back to work. My sleep got better. I avoided talking about it. I tried to forget it. Then one day, I saw a local news story online. It was about a missing hiker, last seen around the Cold River area. They found his car, parked on an access road. Nothing stolen. No signs of a struggle. Just gone. The article had a photo of the man. He looked big, tall, fit. He wore size 13 boots. They never found him, and I never took solitude lightly again. I had never been a fan of isolation, but when the contract came through for a 3-week survey job deep in the hills of northern Washington, I said yes. I needed the money. The job was simple on paper. Map forest boundaries, measure tree growth, and record soil samples for an environmental agency. I was told I'd be staying in an old but functional forest cabin used by rangers during fire season. No one else would be there, just me and the forest. I packed everything I could think of: non-perishable food, tools, maps, a backup GPS, a satellite phone, 2 knives, a camp stove, thermal blankets, batteries, extra boots, duct tape, a flare gun, and a solid first aid kit. I was expecting peace and quiet, maybe some boredom. I was not expecting what I actually went through. The hike in was long, about 9 miles of steep, rough trail. My pack felt like I was hauling bricks by the time I saw the edge of the cabin's roof poking through the trees. The structure itself looked rough, more like a shack than a cabin, but it had 4 walls, a door that locked, and a stove inside. The smell of old wood and dust hit me when I opened it. Rodents had chewed through some of the lower insulation, but nothing looked actively dangerous. I swept out the biggest piles of dirt and fur, rolled out my sleeping bag, and got started organizing supplies. The first few days were fine. It was quiet, Just the wind through the pines, the occasional rustle of animals in the underbrush. Every morning I hiked out with my notebook, soil sample kit, and laser rangefinder. I flagged trees, took pictures, noted down the GPS coordinates. Sometimes I stopped to eat jerky or canned beans on a flat rock under the sun. When the sun dipped low, I returned to the cabin, made a small fire in the stove, read an old paperback, and fell asleep early. I didn't see a single person out there. On day 4, something changed. I came back from the day's hike to find the cabin door slightly open. I knew I'd shut it. I was careful about that. Still, I told myself I might have just been tired and forgot. But inside, I noticed something else. The gear I'd left on the table, my map, flashlight, and notebook had been shifted. Not gone, just moved. I stared at it for a while. I knew how I had left things. I always lined up the corners of the notebook with the edge of the table, always left the flashlight directly on top of the map. It was late. I was tired. I told myself maybe the wind had gotten in and shifted something. Maybe I'd just imagined it. I closed the door tight and jammed a small wedge of firewood against the inside to keep it from swinging open again. I ate and went to bed, but I didn't fall asleep easily. Every little sound seemed louder. The scratching of branches on the tin roof, the distant hoot of an owl, the wind picking up in short gusts and falling silent again. Around midnight, I finally drifted off. The next morning, I stepped out to take a piss and froze. There were boot prints in the dirt, not mine. I always stepped around that muddy patch just outside the door, avoiding it. These prints went straight through it. Deep ones, wide treads, a size or two larger than mine. They led from the woods toward the cabin and stopped right at the door. I stared at them for a long time. The tracks didn't go back. No animal made those. I walked around the cabin slowly, heart starting to pound harder. I checked behind the trees. Nothing. I checked the edge of the clearing, eyes scanning for movement. Nothing. My mind was racing. Someone had come right up to the door, watched me, maybe, or waited until I was gone. But why? The cabin had no windows except a small one near the top of the back wall. It was grimy and too high up to see through easily. Still, I climbed a log to peek inside. No one. I opened the door slowly, knife in hand. Everything looked the same. Nothing moved. I searched every corner. No one was hiding. I didn't eat breakfast. I packed a day's gear and went out fast, trying to get away from the heavy feeling in my chest. I told myself it could have been a lost hiker, maybe just someone cutting through, but that didn't make sense. We were deep in. No one passed through here unless they meant to. That day I couldn't focus. Every snap of a twig made my head jerk. I kept checking over my shoulder. My survey work was half-assed. I didn't even log coordinates, just made fake entries and shoved leaves into sample bags. I just wanted to move, to not sit still long enough to be caught unaware. When I came back to the cabin that evening, I checked the dirt again. More prints. This time they circled the cabin. No attempt to hide them. They weren't afraid. They wanted me to know. That night I barely slept. I moved the table in front of the door. I laid one of my knives next to my sleeping bag. The axe I used for splitting kindling stayed close too. The fire inside the stove crackled softly but couldn't reach the corners of the cabin. I kept imagining someone watching from the trees, or standing just on the other side of the door. I held my breath so many times trying to hear anything unusual. Nothing happened that night, but the fear stayed. Over the next few days, it got worse. Small signs. My water jugs were tipped over one morning. Not drained, just knocked down. The second aid kit I had stored in a sealed bin under the cabin was opened. The gauze pulled out and scattered like trash. My satellite phone, which I kept in a drawer, was gone. I searched everywhere. I tore through my bag, the drawers, even the crawl space under the cabin. Nothing. It was just gone. The air felt tighter now, like the trees were leaning in closer every day. The trails I had cleared earlier were harder to follow, as if someone had deliberately brushed branches over my markers. I started carrying both knives. I stopped doing real survey work altogether. I just wandered with the tools to look like I was working. In reality, I spent most of the time trying to find signs of whoever was out there. I never saw them. but they were always close. One morning, I found a piece of bark nailed to a tree near the cabin. A rusty nail, too old to be part of the cabin itself. Scratched into the bark was a single deep line, jagged and angry, like it was cut with a rock. I pulled it off the tree and threw it into the fire that night. A day later, it was back, nailed to a different tree. The same mark. I started to panic. The food in the cabin would last, but I was afraid to even leave to use the bathroom. I started peeing in bottles and staying inside with the door locked during daylight. Every creak on the roof sounded like a step. I would hold my breath and press my ear to the floorboards, listening for movement outside. Every day I waited for them to come back. And every day they didn't, but the signs were there. Fresh boot prints, tree bark slashed. One morning, I found a dead squirrel nailed to the side of the cabin. Its mouth held open with a twig, its fur singed. I had no phone, no way to contact anyone. My backup radio was in a bin that had been torn open and left empty. Someone had taken it all. I had no vehicle, no ATV. I had hiked in 9 miles, but now the trail was different. I couldn't even find the original marker tree where the trailhead met the inner loop. It was like someone had changed the forest. On the 12th night, I heard breathing. Not mine, not an animal's. Outside the door, shallow, steady, low. I sat up slow, not even blinking. I reached for my knife and stayed completely still. The breathing didn't stop. Stayed there at the door for minutes. Then something scraped lightly across the wood. A finger? A stick? I gripped the knife until my hand cramped. After maybe half an hour, it was gone. No footsteps, no voice, just silence again. The next morning, I found a strip of fabric tied around the handle of the cabin's axe. It was from my backup pants, the pair I had folded and stored in the bin under the cabin. The pants themselves were still there, but the leg was cut, clean, sharp, like a blade had done it. I knew I had to leave. I packed fast. I took everything I could carry. I marked my direction using the sun. I didn't try to follow the trail. I just kept walking, staying in the same general direction as the route I came in. I walked for hours. My pack was heavy, but I didn't stop. I drank water while moving. I pissed behind trees without pausing more than a few seconds. By sunset, I still hadn't reached the outer trail or road. I camped in a small hollow, made no fire, ate cold food, slept light. I moved again before dawn. By noon the second day, I saw tire ruts in the dirt and finally a forest road. I followed it, limping slightly, until I saw the ranger station. It was empty, locked, but I broke the window and called from the radio inside. They sent someone. I didn't report everything, just said I had lost gear and gotten turned around. They believed me. They found the cabin empty but saw the tracks around it. They shrugged it off, said it could have been bears or poachers, told me not to worry, said weird things happen in deep forest. I never went back. To this day, I don't know who or what that was, but it wasn't an animal. It wasn't random. I needed time away from everything. I'd been feeling off for a while. Tired all the time, always on edge, unable to focus. It wasn't just work, even though work was hell. It was everything. My phone never stopped buzzing. My sleep was trash, and I couldn't remember the last time I felt fully relaxed. It had gotten to a point where I would just sit in my parked car after work for an hour, not doing anything, not thinking, just staring at the dashboard. I wasn't even sure what was wrong, but I knew I needed to get away. That's why I booked the cabin. I found it on a site that rented out quiet, off-grid places. This one didn't even have Wi-Fi or phone reception. It was deep in the woods of northern Idaho, just under 2 hours from the nearest gas station. According to the host, the photos showed a small one-room wooden cabin with a front porch, a fire pit, and an old wood stove. The place had a small bed, a table, a few shelves, and a chair. No TV, no radio, no neighbors. The host said there was a trail that led to a lake about 2 miles away, and you had to haul in your own water in big jugs, but there was a composting toilet out back. It sounded perfect. I drove out early on a Friday morning. I wanted a full weekend there, 3 nights total. I packed my sleeping bag, a small camping stove, some canned food, a few books, and a hunting knife I'd bought years ago but never used. I also brought 2 5-gallon jugs of water and a small cooler. The drive was long and mostly quiet. Once I got off the main roads, I didn't see another car for at least an hour. The road turned into gravel and then into packed dirt. Trees pressed in from both sides, and eventually I reached a faded wooden sign nailed to a tree that just said, "Eagles Rest Cabin 1 mile." The dirt road got rough after that. I had to take it slow in my old Subaru, tires crunching over rocks and potholes. I arrived around 3 p.m. The cabin looked just like the photos. Quiet, weathered, lonely. There were no other buildings in sight. I got out, stretched my legs, and just stood there for a moment, listening. Nothing, just the wind moving through the trees and the occasional chirp of a bird. I carried everything inside and set it down on the table. The inside smelled like old wood and dust, but not in a bad way. It was cozy. There was no lock on the door, just a heavy wooden latch. I didn't mind. That first evening was peaceful. I lit a small fire in the fire pit out front and sat on a log, eating cold beans from a can and sipping from a bottle of water. The trees swayed slowly above me, and the light disappeared early because of how thick the forest was. By 8:30 p.m., it was already too dark to see much outside the firelight, and I went back inside. I had a small battery lantern with me, and I turned it on low, reading one of my books until I started dozing off. I wasn't used to the silence. Every small creak or sound made my ears perk up, but I kept reminding myself I was alone out here. I eventually fell asleep, wrapped in my sleeping bag on the narrow bed. Around 2 a.m., I woke up suddenly. I didn't know why at first. There was no loud noise or anything obvious, but something had pulled me out of sleep, and I laid there staring into the dark ceiling for a while. I could hear the faint sounds of wind outside and something else, almost like a light tapping. I thought it might be branches against the wall. I wasn't scared. Not really. Just alert. Took a while to fall back asleep. The next morning, I hiked out to the lake. The trail wasn't marked, but it was worn enough to follow. I brought a snack and sat by the water for over an hour, just enjoying the quiet. No fish, no boats, no people. I hadn't seen a single soul since I arrived, and I started to feel like I was finally relaxing. When I got back to the cabin around 2 in the afternoon, I noticed something strange. The wooden latch on the door was in a slightly different position than I'd left it. I remembered closing it a certain way, snug and lined up. Now it looked like it had been opened and shut again, just not exactly how I had done it. It wasn't broken, and nothing inside looked moved. Maybe I was imagining it. I told myself it was nothing. Still, I kept the hunting knife closer to me that evening. That night, I couldn't sleep as easily. I turned the lantern off earlier than before, trying to let myself get used to the real dark. I laid there in the silence for a while. Just as I was drifting off, I heard the tapping again. A little clearer this time. Rhythmic. Soft but not natural sounding. Not wind or branches. It sounded like something lightly hitting the wall of the cabin near the back corner. I sat up and held still, listening. It stopped after a few seconds. I stayed awake for a long time after that. I didn't open the door. I didn't look outside. I told myself it was probably an animal, maybe a raccoon or porcupine. Still, it was hard to convince myself of that when I knew I'd heard actual tapping. Too light for claws, too precise. The next day, I didn't go to the lake. I stayed near the cabin, walking in small circles and trying to convince myself I was still enjoying this trip. I checked the perimeter, looked for tracks. I saw nothing. No boot prints, no tire marks, no scuffing near the windows or door. I told myself again, it's all in my head. By the third night, I was tired but tense. I ate early and locked the door from inside with the latch and a makeshift wedge I stuck under the doorframe. I kept the knife on the bed next to me and the lantern ready to switch on. I didn't sleep much. Around 1 a.m., I heard something outside again. It wasn't tapping this time. It was a dragging sound, slow and low, like something heavy being pulled across the ground. I froze. The sound circled the cabin once, slowly, then stopped. I couldn't hear footsteps, No twigs snapping, just that dragging sound. I laid still, breathing shallow, trying to make sense of it. After maybe 15 minutes of nothing, I dozed off out of exhaustion. I woke up at sunrise, and I immediately went outside to look around. I saw something that made my chest tighten. There were marks in the dirt, wide, uneven drag marks that curved around the cabin like something had been pulled along behind someone walking. But there were no clear footprints, just the long streaks in the soil and pine needles. I followed them about 10 feet before they vanished into the undergrowth. That's when I made the decision to leave early. I packed up as fast as I could. I shoved my food, books, everything into my bag, capped the water jugs, and got them into the car. It was only 7 a.m. The road was bumpy and slow, but I kept my eyes on the rearview mirror for half the drive. I didn't see anyone. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that I had been watched the whole time I was at the cabin. Later that day, when I got to a diner near the highway, I checked my phone. I had reception again. I scrolled through the photos I'd taken during the trip. Just trees, the lake, a couple of the cabin itself. But one of them stopped me cold. It was a photo I'd taken from inside the cabin, out the small window facing the woods. I had taken it just after sunset on the second night. In the photo, if you looked carefully, really carefully, there was a shape behind the trees. It was hard to see, shadowed and still, but it looked like a person standing in the distance, far enough that it wasn't obvious. But it was there. I hadn't seen it when I took the picture. I hadn't seen anyone with my eyes, but the camera had caught something. I zoomed in as far as I could, and it only made my stomach feel worse. The figure wasn't moving. It looked like it was just standing, facing the cabin. No clear face, just a dark outline among the trees. I never went back to that cabin. I didn't leave a review. I didn't contact the host. I tried to forget the whole thing. But sometimes at night I think about that dragging sound, about the latch being moved, about that photo, and I wonder what would have happened if I had stayed just one more night. I didn't go to the cabin to chase trouble. I went there to get away. My cousin had offered it to me for a couple of weeks, maybe longer. He had just gotten married, and he wasn't using it that season. It was far out in the northern woods, a couple of miles off the main road and another 2 miles past where the gravel ended. There was no cell service out there and no Wi-Fi, and honestly, that was what made it perfect. Things back home were tight. I had just gone through a breakup. We'd lived together for 4 years, and it ended hard and cold. The kind of ending where the silences were louder than words. Work wasn't much better. My job was still there, but cuts were happening all around me, and every day I came in, I half expected to be next. I couldn't sleep right, couldn't focus. So when my cousin texted and told me the cabin was free if I wanted it, I packed a bag, filled a cooler, threw everything into the back of my SUV, and left early the next morning. The drive up was long but peaceful. I took the highway north until the billboards thinned out, then cut across smaller roads that wound through forests and low hills. I stopped once at a gas station to top off and grab a sandwich. After that, it was just trees and sky. I had written the directions down on paper since I wouldn't have any signal out there, and I followed them closely until I came to the turnoff my cousin had mentioned. A narrow dirt road marked by an old wooden fence with a red ribbon tied to it. From there, I drove slowly, tires crunching over gravel and then dirt, steering around potholes and brush. The cabin sat in a small clearing surrounded by pine trees that stood so tall they blocked out most of the sky. It wasn't big, just a square one-story with a sloped metal roof and a wraparound porch that looked like it hadn't seen anyone in months. The paint on the door was chipped. The windows had grime on them. Still, it was solid and quiet, and that was all I wanted. I parked next to the porch and got out. The air smelled clean and cold, full of pine and wet earth. There was no wind, and the only sound I could hear was the occasional creak of trees moving against each other far away. Inside, it was musty at first, but it wasn't bad. I opened a couple of windows, and by the time I had unloaded my gear, it had started to smell like fresh air and wood. The cabin had one main room with a fireplace, a small kitchen area, and a door to a back bedroom. There was a bathroom too, though the water came from a well and had to be pumped manually using the handle near the sink. There was no electricity, just a couple of propane lamps and a lantern. I lit one and placed it on the table. The first few days passed slow and easy. I slept more than I had in weeks. I hiked around the woods during the day and sat on the porch with a book or journal in the evenings. I brought enough canned food and dry goods to last a while, and I had a small propane stove to cook simple meals. Every so often, I'd hear a squirrel or a bird outside, sometimes a distant rustle in the trees, but nothing out of the ordinary. By the 5th day, I had stopped checking my phone entirely. It was dead anyway. I didn't care. I wasn't planning on talking to anyone. That's part of the reason I didn't tell many people I was going. Not because I was hiding, but because I wanted the silence. On the 6th night, I heard something outside. It was just past midnight, and I had been sitting up with a book by the fire. I had started to doze off when I heard what sounded like crunching leaves out beyond the porch. It wasn't loud, but it was steady, 3 or 4 steps, then a pause, then another few. I sat still and waited, listening. It wasn't a deer. I had seen plenty of those, and they moved differently, lighter, more graceful. This was slower, heavier. At first, I thought maybe it was a bear. That idea made me uneasy. I knew black bears lived in these woods, and I had taken precautions. No food left outside, no trash, everything sealed. I stood up slowly and walked to the window by the front door, peering out through the gap in the curtains. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, just the edge of the porch and the trees beyond it. Then the steps stopped. Everything went quiet. I waited for a long time before finally going back to bed. But I didn't sleep much that night. Every little noise kept me awake. I told myself it was just an animal, probably a raccoon or maybe even a moose, though moose didn't usually come this far south. In the morning, I walked around the cabin and looked for tracks. I found none. The ground was hard and dry. Nothing showed. 2 nights later, it happened again. This time, it was louder, closer. I was lying in bed, trying to fall asleep, when I heard the same footsteps, steady and slow. They stopped right outside the window near my bed. The walls in that cabin were thin. I could hear everything. No breathing, no snorting like a bear. Just the footsteps. I lay perfectly still, my eyes wide open in the dark. The footsteps didn't move for a long time. Then I heard the soft creak of the porch steps. Something or someone was walking up. I sat up slowly and reached for the flashlight by my bed. I clicked it on, but didn't aim it toward the window. I waited. The steps reached the porch, and then there was silence again. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just waited, breathing shallow, heart thumping so loud I could feel it in my throat. After what felt like an hour, I finally heard the steps go back down. Then more silence. Then nothing. The next morning, I checked the porch. No prints, no claw marks, nothing disturbed, but something had been there. I was sure of it. That day, I carried my hatchet with me when I walked into the woods. I stayed close, never going more than 100 yards from the cabin. I scanned the trees constantly, listening for anything that didn't belong. But I didn't see or hear anything unusual. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat up in the main room with my lantern on low, staring at the door. The fire had burned down to coals, and the shadows in the corners of the room seemed to move even when I didn't. I thought about leaving, but I didn't want to pack up and drive that road in the dark. I waited until dawn, then got dressed and loaded the car. I didn't even eat breakfast. I just threw my bags in the back, locked the cabin door, and got in. When I turned the key, nothing happened. The engine didn't crank. No clicks, no lights, just dead silence. I tried again. Still nothing. I popped the hood and looked underneath. I'm no mechanic, but I knew enough to check the battery cables. They were gone. Not loose, not broken. Gone. Clean cut and removed. I stood there for a long time, holding the hood open, just staring at the empty space where the cables had been. I didn't know what to think. An animal couldn't have done that. That kind of thing didn't just happen on its own. That's when I realized I wasn't alone out here, and someone didn't want me to leave. I spent the rest of the day trying to calm myself down. I cleaned the hatchet, found the flare I kept in the bottom of my bag, and took inventory of the food I had left. Enough for maybe 3 more days. Water wasn't an issue, but I didn't like the idea of staying out here another night. That evening, just before dark, I heard a noise from the back of the cabin. It was faint, like a twig snapping, followed by a dragging sound. I didn't go outside. I didn't look. I just sat there with the lantern off, holding the hatchet across my lap, listening to the sounds outside. Around midnight, I saw a shadow move across the window, just a shape, tall, thin, human. It didn't pause, just moved past and vanished into the trees. I didn't sleep at all. The next morning, I went out behind the cabin, following the edge of the tree line. I found boot prints in the mud near the creek. Not mine, bigger, deeper, and fresh. I followed them for a while, but they disappeared into the rocks. The next 2 days were the worst of my life. Every night, the footsteps came back. Every night, I heard something on the porch. On the third night, something tapped on the window. Just one tap, then another, then silence. When the sun came up, I packed my things again. I left most of the food behind, just took what I needed. Then I started walking. I didn't follow the road. I cut straight through the woods toward the highway. I had no GPS, no phone. Just a compass, a knife, the hatchet, and a piece of paper with a rough map my cousin had drawn. Took me 6 hours to reach the gravel road. Another hour after that, I finally got a signal and called for help. A tow truck came later that day. When we got back to the cabin, the front door was wide open. Inside, the place was torn apart. Mattress slashed. Canned food opened and dumped. My flashlight smashed, but nothing stolen. Not one thing taken. When the mechanic looked under the hood, he said it looked like someone had cut the cables with bolt cutters. Clean cuts, no chew marks, no corrosion. He replaced the battery and cables and started it up. Worked fine. I didn't go back inside. I just sat in the truck while the guy finished up. He didn't ask questions. He didn't seem surprised. Maybe he had seen things out here too. I left that same hour. I didn't stop until I was 3 towns south. It's been months now. I still don't know who or what was out there. I never saw a face, never heard a voice. I took the trip alone. That was my first mistake. I had done a few solo trips in the past. Nothing huge, just quiet weekends off-grid to get away from work and people. But this one was going to be longer. For nights in a remote cabin about 6 miles from the nearest road, out past a stretch of abandoned logging trails up in the mountains of northern Montana. The idea was simple. I needed the silence. I wanted the quiet. Life had been loud. Phones, emails, traffic, pointless meetings, a stack of responsibilities that never got any lighter. My head felt packed full of noise. I told a couple people I was going to be out of reach, dropped a pin for my cousin in case of emergency, packed up what I needed, and drove up there in my truck, cutting off the world behind me like I was shutting a door I didn't want opened again for a while. I parked where the trailhead ended, locked the truck, slung my gear on my back, and hiked in. It was steep, rocky country, tall pines climbing sharp slopes. The cabin had no road access, just a rough walking path that twisted along a slope, down through a dense patch of woods, and then came out near a narrow ridge. Beyond the ridge, maybe half a mile across a small valley, was the cabin. I'd rented it from an old-timer who lived near Kalispell. It was a tiny place, no electricity, no plumbing, just 4 walls, a solid roof, a stove, a cot, a few chairs, and a small table. No neighbors, no cell signal. If anything went wrong, I'd have to walk all the way back to the truck. But that was the appeal. I wanted that quiet so bad. It was like hunger. I arrived around noon, sweating hard from the climb. I dropped my pack, checked the place over. Everything was just like the owner had said. There was a stacked woodpile beside the cabin, a water jug filled from a nearby stream, and a small shed out back that held extra supplies. An axe, some kindling, a few tools, and an old but working hand pump .22 rifle the owner said I could use for rabbits or squirrels. I was planning to do some bigger game hunting, though. I'd brought my own .308 bolt-action rifle, a box of ammo, binoculars, and a scope. I had maps printed out with topography lines, and I'd marked a few possible spots on them that looked promising. That first day, I just settled in. I got the fire going in the stove and unpacked my food. mostly dry stuff in cans. I checked the windows. No cracks, no drafts. The wind out here could howl at night. I sat outside on a flat rock for a while, just listening to the sound of wind moving through the trees and birds calling in the distance. It was what I came for, that quiet. The first night passed without anything strange. It got very cold. The kind of cold that soaks into your bones and makes your skin feel like paper. I kept the fire going low through the night and stayed wrapped in my sleeping bag on the cot. The wind picked up around 2 a.m., thudding and scraping at the cabin walls like something was trying to peel them away. But it was just wind. I was used to that. I woke up early the next morning, made instant coffee on the stove, ate a protein bar and layered up. I decided to head toward the ridge to the west. That area had a good slope that looked like game might use as a path. I packed a small day bag with my gear, slung the rifle over my shoulder, and locked the cabin before heading out. The air was sharp and dry. I saw a few old deer tracks along the ridge line. Some of them looked like they were a few days old. No fresh droppings, though. I moved slow and careful, checking wind direction, glassing the tree line with binoculars every few minutes. I didn't see anything for the first hour. Around the second hour, I spotted a movement about 300 yards out. A deer, maybe a small mule buck. But it was too quick and disappeared down a slope before I could get a shot. I followed for a while but didn't catch sight again. Eventually, I looped back toward the cabin. It was just afternoon when I returned. I stepped up onto the little porch and froze. The lock on the cabin door was broken. It wasn't snapped or twisted like with bolt cutters. It was smashed. The whole latch was bent, and the door was cracked inward at the frame like something very heavy had hit it. I hadn't heard anything. I eased up slowly, gripping the rifle tighter. I checked the windows, none of them were broken. The glass was dusty but uncracked. I walked around to the backside. No footprints in the dirt, just my own, leading out that morning. I turned back to the front, heart pounding now. My breath was showing in the air like smoke. I opened the cabin door slowly, pushing it in with the rifle barrel first. Inside, things were wrong. Not stolen, not trashed, but wrong. My sleeping bag had been unzipped and pulled halfway off the cot. My food bag was opened, and one can was missing. The chair by the stove was moved several feet to the right. And the worst part, the box of .308 ammo I'd left on the table was gone. I stood there a long time just staring. It didn't make any sense. If someone wanted to rob me, why leave the rifle and binoculars? Why only take one can of food and a box of bullets? Why break the door like that and leave no footprints outside? I backed out of the cabin, stood on the porch, and looked at the ground again. Still no prints, just hard dirt, some rocks, dead pine needles. Maybe someone had come up behind the cabin, but even then, they would have had to walk. I would have seen something. The whole thing felt wrong in my gut, but I wasn't about to hike out. Not yet. I spent the rest of that day fixing the door with spare nails and a hammer I found in the shed. I braced the inside with a heavy chair and my pack. Then I brought the rifle to bed with me that night. I didn't sleep much. Something woke me around 3 a.m. A sound. Not inside, but close. I stayed still, heart beating in my ears. I listened. It was slow, heavy. Footsteps outside. Not an animal. They were too slow, too deliberate. They didn't skitter like deer hooves or clomp like a bear. It sounded like boots on frozen dirt. I didn't move. I just waited. The steps came around the cabin, then stopped. I held my breath. The fire was low in the stove, casting dim orange light. Shadows flickered along the ceiling. I kept the rifle pointed at the door. I didn't hear anything else. Nothing at all. Eventually, the cold one, and I drifted in and out until morning. When the sun came up, I checked outside. There were no footprints, nothing disturbed, just still forest. I walked a slow circle around the place. Everything looked untouched, but I knew what I heard. That day, I didn't go hunting. I stayed near the cabin, double-checking my gear and taking stock of everything. I counted my food. The missing can was still gone. The ammo box hadn't reappeared. I searched every inch of the shed. I even dug a few inches into the dirt behind the building in case something was buried. Nothing. By the time night came again, I was on edge. I wedged a wooden chair under the door handle, even though it was a cabin-style latch that didn't work like a doorknob. I wanted to feel like I was doing something. I kept the rifle right beside me on the cot and stayed awake as long as I could. At 1:44 a.m., I checked my watch. I was still awake. At 1:51, I heard breathing. It wasn't mine. It was close. It was outside the wall, near the head of the cot. Just slow, soft, steady breathing. It lasted about 30 seconds. Then it stopped. No footsteps, no sounds of retreat, just nothing. I didn't sleep after that. When morning came, I packed up. I wasn't going to stay another night. Couldn't. My skin felt like it was crawling off my bones. I loaded my gear, locked the cabin behind me. Not that the lock mattered now, and started back up the trail. Took me almost 2 hours to reach the truck. When I got there, I felt a huge wave of relief until I saw the footprints, boot prints, right by the driver's side door. The dirt was soft there from melted snow. I counted 3 full prints, big ones, deep, like someone had just been standing there. My doors were locked. I opened the driver's side slowly and sat down, looked around. Nothing seemed missing, nothing seemed touched, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had followed me. I drove fast on the way out, didn't stop until I hit the main highway. I didn't tell anyone the full story. I just said the trip was cut short. I didn't go into detail. I didn't go back to the cabin. A few weeks later, I got curious and emailed the owner, asking if anyone else had used the place recently. He said no, it was mine for the whole month and nobody else had the key. I asked if anyone had reported problems before. He said no. I didn't ask anything else. I didn't want to know, but I still think about it. I think about the breathing, the missing ammo, the prints by my truck. Whoever it was out there, they didn't want to hurt me. They just wanted me to know I was never alone. That scared me more than anything, because if someone really wants to hurt you, they usually do it quick. But if someone wants you to feel watched, wants you to leave, that's a different kind of danger. It means they're playing the long game. And that makes me wonder how long they were already there before I ever arrived. I rented a cabin deep in the northern woods of Montana because I needed to get away from everything for a while. Life had been rough the past few months. I had just quit a job that drained the life out of me. My relationship had ended in a bitter mess. I felt like I didn't know what I was doing anymore. Like my mind had been stretched too thin. I wanted quiet. I wanted to breathe air that didn't smell like car exhaust and cigarettes. I wanted a place where I could sit for hours and hear nothing but wind through trees. I found the listing online. The photos looked like something out of a postcard. A single-room cabin with a wide front porch and a little dock that touched the edge of a frozen lake. No internet. No phone reception. The ad said it was off-grid, powered by solar panels and a backup generator. The owner would drop me off and come pick me up in a week. That sounded perfect. He drove me out in his truck, the roads getting narrower and less maintained until we were basically driving through a frozen dirt path. He helped me unload my things, just a duffel bag, a backpack, and a cooler full of food I'd packed myself. The guy didn't talk much. After pointing out how the generator worked and how to use the water pump outside, he gave me a nod and drove off. The sound of the engine faded slowly until it was gone, and I was left standing there in the snow. The place looked even better in person. The porch was covered in a light dusting of snow, the logs dark and weathered with age. The windows were small but clean, and the door creaked just enough to feel rustic. Inside was one main room with a twin bed, a small table, a wood-burning stove, and a kitchenette with a little propane range. There was a shed about 20 feet behind the cabin that had a composting toilet. I didn't care about comfort. I cared about silence. The first day passed quietly. I unpacked, made some eggs on the stove, sat on the porch with a blanket over my legs, and listened to the wind moving through the pine trees. There were no footprints in the snow but mine. No signs of other people. Just squirrels and birds and trees that went on forever. At night, I lit a few candles and read from a paperback I brought. I didn't even feel the need to look at my phone. It was dead anyway. The second day, I woke early. I went out behind the cabin to pee and looked out at the trees for a long time. The quiet was unreal. My breath came out in clouds. I stood there for almost 10 minutes, just staring into the forest. No sound, no motion. It felt like the trees were watching me, not in a supernatural way, just aware. I went back inside and made oatmeal. I sat at the table by the window and started writing in a little notebook. Nothing deep, just some thoughts, some rambling ideas. Felt good to write with a pen again. I started to relax, but something started to feel off by the third day. I noticed little things. The first was a piece of wood propped against the porch. I hadn't noticed it when I arrived, and I didn't remember putting it there. It was small, about the length of my forearm, just resting upright near the steps. Maybe it had slid off the woodpile nearby. I ignored it. Later that day, I found a wet footprint near the lake. Just one. It was bare, no shoe tread, and it wasn't mine. It looked like someone had stepped there barefoot and then disappeared. I told myself it was probably mine from earlier and the snow just melted unevenly. But still, I couldn't shake the unease that started to creep in. The next morning, I found a dead bird on the porch. It wasn't mangled or eaten, just laying there stiff like it had fallen out of the sky. No signs of trauma, no blood. I picked it up with a stick and threw it into the trees. I tried not to think about it. That night, I heard something. I was in bed, fully bundled in my sleeping bag, the stove burning low. The candles had burned out and the moonlight came in soft and pale through the window. I was just about to drift off when I heard a thud outside. Not a branch falling, not an animal. A clear, deliberate thud, like someone stepping hard on the wooden porch. My whole body tensed. I didn't move. I kept my breathing shallow and quiet. I told myself it was probably snow falling off the roof or the wind shifting something. But I knew what I'd heard. Then I heard it again. Another thud, this time closer to the door. I lay there frozen for what felt like hours, staring at the ceiling. I didn't hear anything else, but I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I went out onto the porch. Nothing looked different. No prints, no signs of animals. The piece of wood I'd seen before was gone. That's when I realized something that made my stomach turn. There were no tracks, nothing. The snow around the porch was untouched. If something or someone had been out here, they hadn't left any prints. Not even animal ones. It didn't make sense. I went back inside, locked the door, and sat at the table with my hands gripping the edge hard. I didn't want to panic. I told myself I was being paranoid. But deep down, I knew something was wrong. That night, I didn't light any candles. I turned off the stove and sat in the dark with my sleeping bag pulled over my head. I kept the axe from the woodpile next to the bed. Every creak of the cabin made me jump. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. I woke to a tapping sound. Not loud, soft, like fingernails on glass. I opened my eyes and saw it. Someone standing outside the window. Just a shadow. No details. Just a shape barely visible in the moonlight. Standing completely still. The tapping stopped the moment I sat up. I blinked and the shape was gone. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the axe. I ran to the door and flung it open. Heart pounding, breath steaming in the air. Nothing. Just snow and trees and darkness. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. When the sun came up, I saw prints. Not on the ground, on the glass. The window had 4 clear handprints on it. Long fingers, smudged palms. Too big to be mine. That was it. I wanted to leave. I tried the radio the cabin owner left me, but it didn't work. I checked the solar battery level, dead. The backup generator, also dead. I don't know if someone tampered with it or if it just failed. I had no signal, no way to contact anyone. My food was getting low. I started to feel trapped. I decided to hike back to the main road the next morning. It was almost a 10-mile walk through deep snow, but I couldn't take another night there. I packed what I could carry, layered all my clothes, and left just after dawn. The woods were silent. The snow was deep and uneven. After about 2 miles, I found something that stopped me cold. A campsite, not mine. Old, broken tent poles stuck in the ground. A metal mug, rusted and half buried. Torn scraps of a sleeping bag. It looked abandoned for years, but it wasn't in the listing. There were no mentions of old campsites near the property. As I stood there, I saw movement. In the trees. Quick, low to the ground. I couldn't tell what it was. I didn't wait to find out. I picked up my pace. The snow was deeper now, harder to walk. Every time I turned to look behind me, I thought I saw shapes moving between the trees, too far to make out. But I felt eyes on me. After another few miles, I saw the dirt road. Relief washed over me. I walked faster, almost jogging, even though my legs were burning. I didn't stop until I saw the old fence near the logging trail where the owner had dropped me off. I waited there for almost 2 hours. Finally, I heard an engine. The truck pulled up and I waved it down, out of breath, pale, and shaking. I didn't tell him what happened. I just said I had to leave early. He didn't ask questions. I think he already knew. When I got back to town, I checked the area online. I found an old forum post from years ago. A hiker had gone missing near that same forest. They found his camp. No body, just his things. Another commenter said they saw someone walking barefoot near the tree line in the dead of winter. No one ever found out what happened. I don't know who was out there, but someone was, and they never left any tracks. I rented the cabin because I needed to get away. I had spent the last 8 months working 12-hour days in front of a screen, barely sleeping, barely seeing anyone, and my health was getting worse. My blood pressure was up. I was grinding my teeth. My back hurt in the morning, and sometimes I would forget what day it was. I wasn't doing well mentally or physically, and I knew I had to change something before I broke. So I looked online and found this old, cheap cabin out in the northern hills. It was listed on a site that normally had vacation homes, but this one looked different. It wasn't fancy or polished. It had just one photo, showing a long wooden structure with a crooked roof and a porch that sagged in the middle. But it was far from everything. No neighbors, no traffic, no noise. That's what I wanted. Just silence. The description said it had electricity, a working wood stove, a basic bathroom, and a well for water. It also said there was no internet and no cell service. I booked it for 2 weeks. I packed food that would last, mostly canned stuff, pasta, and rice. I brought my sleeping bag, some basic tools, a flashlight, my old radio, a map, and a hunting knife I didn't think I'd need but took anyway. I drove up on a Saturday morning in my small car, heading north for nearly 5 hours. The paved road ended 2 hours before I reached the cabin. The rest was a dirt track full of potholes and branches that scraped the sides of my car. It twisted through dense forest, sometimes narrowing so much I thought I was lost. I finally arrived late in the afternoon. The place was even more isolated than I thought. The trees stood close around it, leaning in from every side like they were trying to hide it. There were no signs of life. No tire tracks but mine, no footsteps, no birds, no wind. The air felt dead. I stepped out of my car, stretched, and looked around. The only sound was the creaking of trees moving slightly in the still air. The cabin looked like it hadn't been used in years. The wooden boards were gray and splintered. Moss had crept up around the bottom and onto the porch. One of the windows was cracked. The doorknob was rusty. I unlocked it with the key I'd been mailed, turned it, and pushed the door open. It stuck halfway, then gave with a loud groan. Inside was dark and smelled like old wood and dust. The light switch didn't work at first, but after flicking it a few times, the bulb on the ceiling flickered on. It was dim, but enough. The place was one big room with a small stove in the corner, a cot near the back wall, a table with 2 chairs and shelves full of cobwebs. The bathroom was just a curtain at the back. It had a toilet and a small metal sink with a mirror. Everything was cold and quiet. I dropped my bag, unpacked slowly, and looked around. The window above the cot looked out into the woods. The trees were thick and close. I couldn't see more than 20 feet past the glass. The silence was almost too much. I felt my ears searching for sound. No cars, no voices, no distant hum of city life. Just the faint ticking of the clock above the door, which I hadn't even noticed before. It was old and made of wood, shaped like a cabin itself with little fake shingles nailed to it. Ticked steadily, loudly, every second tapping like a finger on wood. That night, I sat on the porch after eating canned soup. The sky was overcast, but I could see a few stars between the clouds. I had no signal on my phone, which I expected. I turned it off. I didn't bring any books because I thought I'd be hiking or walking a lot. I just sat there watching the woods, listening to the nothing. The first few days went by quietly. I woke up early, made instant coffee on the stove, sat outside, and tried to relax. I walked a little on the trails around the cabin, though they weren't really trails, just places where the undergrowth was a little thinner. The forest here was thick, pine, birch, and heavy moss all around. Sometimes I saw animal tracks, mostly deer, sometimes smaller things. Once I saw a raccoon just sitting in the distance, staring at me. It didn't move until I did. By the third night, I started hearing things at night. It began with small sounds, thumps on the porch like something stepping lightly. I figured it was animals, maybe raccoons, maybe squirrels. But then I started hearing breathing. At least I thought it was breathing. A slow, steady inhale and exhale, like someone just outside the door. I told myself it was in my head. I hadn't been sleeping well. Maybe it was the trees moving or wind through the cracks. But the trees weren't moving. The air was still. And when I stepped quietly out to check, nothing was there. On the fourth day, I saw footprints. Not animal prints. These were boots. Human. They were about my size, maybe smaller. They led from the edge of the woods to the back of the cabin. I walked around the side and followed them to the window behind the bathroom. They stopped there. Then they turned around and went back into the woods. I hadn't seen anyone since I got there. I hadn't heard a car, a voice, nothing. The tracks were fresh. The dirt was still soft. I felt a tightness in my chest I couldn't explain. That night, I locked the door and propped a chair under the knob. I kept the lights off. I lay on the cot with my eyes open, listening. At around 2 in the morning, I heard the breathing again, closer this time. Then the soft creak of the porch would underweight. Then stillness. I stayed frozen, not moving, barely breathing. I waited for hours. Nothing happened. The next morning, I found new tracks. This time, they went around the cabin twice. One full circle, then again, as if someone was walking slowly around it, looking at it from all sides. There were no prints leading away, just the circles. That day, I stayed inside. I didn't eat. I kept staring out the windows, holding the knife I had packed. Every time a branch moved or a bird chirped, I jumped. I started hearing small clicks, like something tapping lightly on the glass when I wasn't looking. It came from the back window most often. Once I turned and swore I saw a shadow duck out of view, but there was nothing there. That night, I didn't sleep. I sat on the floor with my back against the door, knife in my hand, flashlight on the table. I heard footsteps around 2 again. Then the breathing. Then nothing. I didn't move until sunrise. I knew I needed to leave, but when I checked my car, the tires were slashed. All 4. Clean cuts like from a knife. I felt a wave of panic like nothing I'd ever known. My stomach dropped. My hands went cold. Someone had done this while I slept. I was stuck. No cell service, no one around for miles. I looked around the trees, but everything looked the same. The forest was silent again. I made a plan to walk the road back. I packed food, water, and a heavy flashlight. I locked the cabin, even though it didn't matter, and started walking. I didn't make it far. Maybe an hour down the track, I saw something hanging from a tree. A shirt. My shirt. One I hadn't worn yet. Just hanging there, stretched between 2 branches. I froze. Looked around. Nothing. No sound. No footprints but mine. I took the shirt down, shoved it in my bag, and ran back to the cabin. I couldn't think clearly anymore. My thoughts were racing, crashing into each other. I felt watched every second. I started thinking I was being hunted, but I never saw anyone. I never heard voices, just the breathing, just the soft sounds at night. I began boarding up the windows. I broke apart a shelf and nailed the boards across every glass pane. I used everything I could. I blocked the door with furniture. I didn't leave again. The next night, something tried the door. I heard the knob turn softly, then the slow push, then the sound of pressure against the wood. It didn't give. Then the breathing again, right on the other side. Slow, deep, then silence. I waited. Hours passed. Nothing more, but I knew whoever it was would come again. The next morning, the boards over the bathroom window were torn off. Not broken, unscrewed, gently, carefully, like someone had taken their time. I nailed them back on, twice as strong. But that was the moment I realized they weren't trying to break in. They were waiting for me to break. It went on like that for days. I lost track of how many. The food was running low. I was drinking less and less, afraid to use the well. I heard things moving under the floor. I saw shapes through cracks. At one point, I found a knife wedged in the wall under my bed. A knife I hadn't brought. I stopped sleeping. I started shaking all the time. My hands never stopped trembling. My mouth was dry constantly. My heart beat in my ears every second. I stopped looking out the windows. On what I think was the 12th day, I found writing scratched into the floor. I hadn't seen it before. It was in the corner under the stove, carved deep in messy letters. He waits until you leave. That was all. That night, I heard someone in the attic. I hadn't even thought the cabin had one, but I heard slow crawling above me, boards creaking. I never thought I'd say this, but there was a time when I actually wanted to be far away from everything and everyone. After working for 8 straight years in the city, dealing with constant traffic, the sound of people yelling from apartment windows, and the glare of streetlights that leaked into my bedroom at night, I started to feel like I was running out of space in my own head. I needed silence. Not the kind where you still hear cars or people in the background. I mean the kind where the only thing you hear is the wind or maybe some birds. That's why I booked the cabin. It wasn't one of those luxury retreats with Wi-Fi and hot tubs. It was just a plain wooden structure out in the woods of northern Montana. I found it through an old forum where people shared off-grid locations for people who just wanted to disconnect. It didn't even have a formal name, just Harlan's Cabin, and some pictures that looked like they were taken with an old digital camera. The guy who posted it only replied to messages once every few days, and he only accepted cash. But something about that made it feel even more real to me. I wanted raw, uncomfortable, quiet isolation. I took 2 weeks off from work, packed some basic gear, dry food, water purification tablets, a first aid kit, some firewood, and a hunting knife my dad gave me years ago. I didn't even tell anyone exactly where I was going. I just said I was going out to the mountains for some alone time. Looking back, that was probably the biggest mistake. The drive up there was almost 9 hours. The first 6 were normal, just highways, gas stations, towns with funny names, but the last 3 were all dirt roads that seemed like they hadn't been maintained since the 80s. My little SUV made it through somehow, though it didn't feel good about it. Every turn took me deeper into the woods, past thick pine forests, old rusted-out signs, and some log piles that looked like nobody had touched them in years. I passed maybe 2 houses in the last hour of the drive. Both looked abandoned. When I finally reached the cabin, it looked exactly like the pictures. It was small, maybe 20 feet wide, with a low roof and dark brown wood siding. There was a single chimney, a small shed out back, and a crooked wooden bench that sat near the edge of a small slope looking over a stream. There was no lock on the door, just a metal latch you could close from the inside. I spent the first day just setting things up. I unloaded my food and gear, set up a little sleeping area with my sleeping bag and pad, checked the fireplace, and made sure there weren't any animal nests in the corners. The inside smelled old but clean. No weird moldy smells, just dry wood and dust. The place only had 2 windows, one next to the door and one in the back that looked out toward the shed. There was no cell signal, of course. I didn't bring a satellite phone either, which now sounds crazy. I just wanted silence, and that's exactly what I got. That night, I sat on the bench outside and listened to the stream. There were a few insects buzzing around, and I could hear something rustling in the trees maybe 50 yards away. But that didn't bother me. Animals live here. I was the guest. The first 3 days were perfect. I read old books I brought, made small fires in the fireplace at night, and spent a lot of time just sitting and thinking. I walked short distances around the cabin, taking in the quiet. I hadn't seen or heard another human since the day I arrived. And that's when I noticed the footprints. On the morning of the fourth day, I stepped outside to stretch and saw them in the dirt near the side of the cabin. They were boot prints, maybe a size 11 or 12. I wear a 10, and I hadn't walked on that side yet. The prints came from the woods and circled around the cabin once before heading back toward the trees. They weren't fresh, but they hadn't been there when I first arrived. They looked maybe a day old, maybe less. At first, I told myself they could have been from before I arrived. Maybe the guy who owned the cabin came by recently, but the prints weren't there my first day. I would have noticed. I check everything. I don't know why, but I always scan the ground without thinking. It helps me feel like I'm in control of my surroundings. I didn't panic, though. I just looked around the woods for a while, didn't see anyone, and went back inside. I latched the door, even during the day, and kept the knife close. That night, I didn't make a fire. I didn't want to make it obvious that I was inside. I just lay there in the dark, listening. It was quiet until around 2 in the morning. That's when I heard what sounded like a small rock hitting the side of the cabin. Just once. It wasn't loud. Just enough to make a soft tapping sound against the wood. I didn't move. I held my breath and just listened. Nothing else happened for the rest of the night. No footsteps, no more tapping. Just silence. The next morning, I checked around the cabin again. The prints were back, and this time they were closer to the door. Same size boots. They didn't circle around this time. They came from the woods and stopped right in front of the window. Then they went back. No side routes, no wandering. Just straight to the window and back out. That day, I didn't leave the cabin. I sat inside with the knife in my hand most of the time. I didn't have a gun, which I realized was another mistake. I thought about leaving right then, but it was a long drive down and I wasn't sure I could even find my way back out of those roads in the dark. I decided to stay one more night and leave first thing the next morning. That night, I didn't sleep. I lay on the floor with my knife, facing the door. I blew out the candles after eating a cold meal and waited. Around 1:30 a.m., I heard something outside again. This time, it wasn't a rock. It was footsteps, slow ones, on the dirt, coming from the side where the window was. I didn't move. I didn't even blink. The footsteps got closer, then stopped. After a minute or two, I heard breathing. Not heavy, but just close enough to make it through the thin cabin walls. Then I heard what sounded like a hand brushing lightly against the wall. Just a slow drag of fingers or something like that. It moved across the wall, past the window, then silence again. I waited another hour before moving. My legs had gone numb. I sat there until the sun came up, then I grabbed my gear and packed everything in 5 minutes. I didn't care if I left stuff behind. I just wanted to go. I made it to the car and started driving. No breakfast, no stretch, no second thoughts. I drove for 2 hours straight before I let myself relax. I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone coming out of the trees. When I got to a small gas station on the highway, I told the guy at the counter what happened. He just raised his eyebrows and said, "People live out there. Some don't want to be seen." I drove the rest of the way home and never looked back. A few days later, I got a message from the guy who ran the cabin listing. It was short. Just said, "Cabin's off the list for now. Guy keeps coming back. Can't figure out who he is." That was the last time I ever went off-grid without a firearm or a backup communication system. I never figured out who it was or what he wanted. But I know this much, he wasn't just passing through. He came back more than once and he got closer each time. He didn't knock. He didn't try to break in. He just watched. That's what haunts me the most. Not the danger, the patience. It all started because I wanted to get away for a while. Life had been falling apart slowly over the past year. I'd lost my job after a round of company layoffs, gone through a breakup not long after that, and had been living in my car for 2 months before finally crashing at my cousin's place. I didn't want to be anyone's burden, even though he said I wasn't. But I could feel that I needed to get out. Not just from his house, but from the city, from the noise, from people. I needed to be somewhere far and quiet, a place where I could think, figure things out, maybe write, maybe hike, maybe just be alone and not have to explain myself to anyone. I found the cabin online. It was cheap, probably too cheap, but I wasn't in a position to be picky. It was listed as an off-grid rental, about 5 hours north of where I was staying, in a forested area near the border. The description mentioned a wood stove, a working generator, a water pump, and a small shed for firewood and tools. No internet, no cell signal, no nearby towns. That was exactly what I wanted. Just peace and quiet. I booked it for 2 weeks. The drive up was long, and the last part of it was rough. The last 45 minutes were on a narrow dirt road that snaked through dense forest. The trees on either side were so close it felt like I was being swallowed by them. My little sedan wasn't built for that kind of terrain, but I drove slow and careful. At one point, I stopped the car, turned it off, and rolled the window down. The silence out there was almost deafening. No cars, no distant voices, just wind through trees and the occasional bird call. Felt like stepping into another world. When I finally arrived, the cabin was smaller than I expected, but solid. It sat on a slight rise above the woods, with a narrow path leading down to a small clearing. There was a rusted-out pickup truck parked beside it. Clearly hadn't run in years, maybe decades. The siding on the cabin was weathered, the paint long gone, but the structure looked sturdy. There was a single door in front, a porch with a few broken chairs, and 2 small windows on either side. The roof had moss growing on it. I took a deep breath and stepped out of the car. Felt good. Inside, the place smelled like wood smoke and old fabric. It was dark at first, but I opened the shutters and let some light in. There was a twin bed against one wall, a small table, 2 chairs, a cast iron stove, and a cupboard with a few basic supplies. Candles, matches, canned food. I'd brought my own groceries, a first aid kit, and some gear. I didn't need much. I unpacked quickly and lit a fire in the stove just to get the chill out. The temperature dropped fast once the sun started going down. The first couple of days were quiet, just what I needed. I spent most of the time walking the trails near the cabin, collecting firewood, cooking simple meals, writing in a notebook, and sleeping long hours. I didn't hear a single car or see any other people. No hikers, no hunters, just me and the forest. At night, the cabin creaked and popped as it cooled, and sometimes I heard owls calling from the woods, but nothing that made me feel unsafe. But things started to shift around the 4th day. It began with something small. I'd gone down the trail behind the cabin, maybe a half mile into the trees, to gather dead branches. I found a nice stack of them in a small clearing. Someone had clearly broken them off and left them there, probably a long time ago. But when I reached down to grab the top few pieces, I saw something else under the pile. A shirt. It was tattered and half buried, maybe from weather or animals, but it definitely used to be a flannel shirt. I poked at it with a stick and found a torn boot nearby. I didn't see bones or anything, but it gave me a weird feeling, like someone had been there not that long ago. I left it where it was and went back to the cabin. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up every hour, listening to the sounds outside. At one point, I thought I heard something brush against the wall of the cabin. I stayed still, holding my breath, but it didn't happen again. The next morning, I told myself I was being paranoid. It was the woods, of course there'd be animals out there. Maybe a deer or raccoon had wandered close. Maybe I just dreamed it. I spent most of that day chopping and stacking firewood. It was cold, but the work kept me warm. I was too tired to think too hard about anything, and that night I slept better. But the 6th day was worse. I woke up and noticed that the door to the shed was open. I was sure I'd closed it the day before. I even remembered hearing the latch click. I walked over, thinking maybe the wind had knocked it open, though it hadn't been particularly windy. The door didn't look damaged, but inside, things were different. Some of the tools had been moved. A saw was on the ground. A hatchet that I had left in a wooden slot was now stuck into the side of the bench, like someone had chopped into it and left it there. I felt a wave of unease rise up in my chest. I stood there for a long time, just staring at the shed, trying to make sense of it. It didn't feel like an animal. No claw marks, no signs of rummaging. Felt like a person had been in there. I checked the perimeter of the cabin and the road leading in, but saw no tire tracks or footprints. I didn't know what to think. I didn't want to leave, not yet. I told myself again that maybe I was being dramatic. Maybe I had knocked the saw down and didn't notice. Maybe I had left the door ajar. But that night, something knocked on the wall of the cabin. Not like a creak, not like wind. It was 3 solid knocks, slow and heavy. They came from the backside, near the stove. I sat up in bed, frozen. The fire was still burning low, casting faint orange light across the room. I didn't move for what felt like 10 minutes. I didn't hear anything else. Eventually, I grabbed the hatchet from beside the stove and walked to the window, slowly pushing the curtain aside just a bit. I saw nothing. The forest was just dark shadows, tall trees, black sky. No movement, no lights. I waited, staring. I stayed like that for over an hour, watching and listening. But nothing else happened. The next morning, I found something strange by the back wall. A rock, perfectly round, about the size of my palm. It had been placed on the windowsill. It wasn't there the day before. It didn't look like something that had fallen or been kicked up. It was centered neatly, too deliberate. I didn't touch it. I left it there and walked the entire area behind the cabin, looking for tracks. The soil was firm, covered in leaves, so there wasn't much to see. No clear footprints, no broken branches, nothing. From that point on, I stopped feeling safe. I started keeping the hatchet near me at all times. I kept the fire going through the night, even though it meant using more wood. I locked the door with both the bolt and a metal hook I'd installed inside. But even then, I never really slept soundly again. Every sound outside became a threat. Every crack, every whisper of wind, every rustle of branches made my pulse race. On the 8th day, I went further down the trail than I had before. I wanted to see where it led, and maybe find some sign that other people had been around. Maybe other cabins, maybe a fire pit or some hunting markers. Instead, I found something else. It was another clearing, but this one had something in the center. An old tent, collapsed and torn. It had clearly been there for a while. The fabric was shredded and covered in leaves. I poked around with a stick and found scraps of clothing, some rusted cans, a spoon, and a notebook. The pages were soaked and torn, but I could make out a few words, nothing useful. Just broken sentences. One line said, "I hear them at night." Another said, "I saw one again, standing by the trees." That was enough for me. I left the clearing and walked back fast, heart pounding. That night, I didn't sleep at all. The knocks came again, this time on the front wall, then on the side, then again on the back. Not in a rush, not all at once, but spread out over the night, like someone circling the cabin. I didn't go to the window. I didn't move. I sat on the bed, holding the hatchet, staring at the door, waiting for it to burst open. It never did. But in the morning, I found footprints. Real ones, finally. Barefoot, human, all around the cabin. They weren't fresh. The dirt was soft, but not muddy enough to capture details. But I could see the shape. Toes, heels, multiple sets. At least 3, maybe 4 people. That was when I made the decision to leave. I packed everything up fast. It was barely past sunrise. I threw everything into the car and started the engine. I didn't even check the cabin again. I just drove, faster than I should have on that dirt road, heart pounding with every turn. But the scariest part came after I got back to the main road. About 30 minutes into the drive, I stopped at a gas station. I needed to breathe, to eat something. I hadn't eaten much in the last day. I got out of the car and went to grab my wallet from the passenger seat. That's when I noticed the back seat. The blanket I had stuffed back there was missing. And on the floor, tucked between the seat and the door, was the rock from the... I was 34 when I rented that cabin. I still remember the exact date I got there. It was May 2nd, a Monday, around 4:40 in the evening. I had driven nearly 6 hours from my apartment to get to that place. The plan was simple. isolate myself for 10 days to finish a personal project I'd been putting off for years, organizing and digitizing over a decade of old journals, sketches, and video recordings that I had stored away in boxes. I told a few people where I was going, turned off my phone when I got there, and planned to keep it that way. The cabin I picked was somewhere near the border of two counties, tucked about 2 miles off a gravel forest road, which itself was maybe another 8 or 9 miles from the main highway. The listing said it was once a ranger's cabin, repurposed decades ago, with solar panels and a generator for backup power. There was a water tank, a compost toilet, a propane stove, and a small fireplace. The photos made it look cozy. The owner said nobody had stayed there in about a year, but everything should be in working condition. I got there later than I wanted. The sun had started dipping low and the forest was thick around the place. The trees were tall, mostly pine, some oak, and the cabin was nestled in a slight dip in the land. It wasn't totally dark yet, but shadows were already long across the clearing where the cabin sat. There were no other buildings in sight, no sounds besides birds and wind. It was exactly what I thought I wanted. Inside the cabin, things smelled like old wood and dust. The solar lights worked, and the small propane fridge was cold. I unloaded my gear: a duffel bag with clothes, 2 hard drives, my old journals, a laptop, an extension cord, 2 portable batteries, and a stack of notebooks. I brought enough food for the entire stay, freeze-dried packs, a few canned meals, granola, and lots of water. I wasn't planning to leave until I was done. The first 2 days were quiet. I started going through the oldest journals first. I set up my work table near the window, where the light was good. Every morning I would wake up around 6:30, make a cup of instant coffee, and start typing. I was making real progress, but by the 3rd day, I started noticing things. Started small. On Wednesday morning, I found boot prints in the soft dirt behind the cabin. I hadn't gone out that way. They weren't mine. They were older, but not too old, maybe a day or 2. They led toward the tree line, then disappeared into the brush. I brushed it off at first, probably from whoever cleaned the place last year, or maybe from an animal tracker. The prints weren't large, maybe a size 10 or 11 boot. The more I thought about it, the more I convinced myself it wasn't worth thinking about. I went back inside and worked. That night, I didn't sleep well. Something woke me up around 2 a.m. It was a low thud outside, like something falling. Not a sharp sound, not metal or anything, just something heavy and soft. I sat up and listened. Everything was quiet. No wind, no movement, no animals, just a kind of strange silence. I stayed in bed until morning. The next day, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing out the windows. I even walked the perimeter of the cabin. No new tracks. Nothing moved in the woods, but the air felt heavier somehow, like there was pressure in the trees. That probably doesn't make sense, but that's how it felt. Around noon, I walked about 50 yards behind the cabin to where the boot prints had been. I figured I'd follow them deeper into the woods just for a few minutes, see where they might have gone. They were faded, but I picked up a pattern, tracing where the grass had bent or where soft spots in the dirt had subtle indentations. About 100 yards in, I found something. There was a patch of earth that looked different from the rest, like it had been dug and refilled. It was maybe 4 feet long, 2 feet wide. The soil was loose and slightly mounded, with no grass growing on it. Fresh roots and pine needles were scattered unevenly across the top like they'd been pulled up and not replaced naturally. My stomach twisted when I looked at it. There was no marker, no tools nearby, nothing. Just that strange patch of earth in the middle of an otherwise untouched forest floor. I stood there a long time. I wasn't sure what I was looking at exactly. My first thought was animal remains, but it felt too deliberate, too clean. I went back to the cabin and didn't work for the rest of the day. That night was worse. I kept thinking about that mound. I kept thinking maybe I should go dig it up. But then a second thought followed. What if I didn't want to know? Around 3:15 a.m., I heard movement again. This time it wasn't a thud. It was footsteps, slow, deliberate steps. They circled the cabin. Gravel shifted beneath them. Dry leaves crunched. My heart was hammering. I didn't have a weapon besides a kitchen knife, I stayed completely still, didn't turn on a light, didn't make a sound. I waited. The footsteps eventually stopped. When the sun came up, I walked around the outside. There were new tracks, more boot prints. This time they were clearer. They circled the building once, then disappeared toward the same direction as that mound. My stomach dropped. I packed up my gear and decided I'd leave that afternoon. I didn't care about finishing the journals anymore. Something felt wrong, very wrong. Before I left, I went back to that disturbed patch of earth. One last time. Curiosity got the better of me. I grabbed the small hand shovel from the cabin's closet and started digging. The soil was damp and loose. It didn't take long. Maybe 6 inches down, the shovel hit something hard. It wasn't rock. It had a dull, thudding resistance like thick plastic or wood. I cleared around the edges with my hands. A black contractor bag, tied at the top, smelled faintly of rot. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I cut the bag open. Inside was a tarp. I unwrapped one fold and saw fabric, a flannel sleeve, then a hand, a human hand. It was shriveled, pale gray, the nails cracked. It looked like it had been there a while, months, maybe longer. Couldn't breathe. My vision narrowed. I fell back and crawled away from the hole. I ran straight back to the cabin and grabbed my keys, threw everything into my bag and sprinted to the truck. The forest felt too quiet, like it was holding its breath. As I pulled out of the clearing, I glanced back. For just a second, someone was standing where the mound had been. I only saw a dark outline, not moving, just watching. I didn't stop. I didn't slow down. I drove all the way to the next town, straight to the sheriff's office. They took me seriously. After some questions, they sent a team out to the cabin. 2 days later, I got a call. They found human remains. 2 sets, actually, both buried in separate spots behind the cabin. One male, one female. No IDs. The bodies had been there for more than 6 months, maybe longer. Both had signs of blunt force trauma. The investigation is still open. They told me the cabin's previous long-term tenant, a man in his 50s who lived there off-grid, had disappeared the previous year. Nobody reported him missing for months. The cabin owner just assumed he moved on. But the man's belongings were still in the attic when police searched it again. A duffel bag, some clothes, a large hunting knife, camera, all untouched. They never found out who the second body was. I didn't go back. Not for my things, not for anything. Sometimes, I still think about the person I saw standing near that grave. I think about the nights I stayed there completely alone, or at least I thought I was. I wonder if whoever did that had been watching me the whole time. If they saw me arrive, saw me work, saw me sleep. The weirdest part is that I never heard a vehicle, never saw a light in the woods. But the footsteps were real. The boot prints were real. The mound was real. I still can't sleep through the night. I lock every door. I check every window. I don't go on long trips alone anymore. And sometimes, just sometimes, I wonder what would have happened if I hadn't found that grave. Or worse, what if I had stayed just one more night? I needed to get away. I didn't need a break for fun or adventure, and I wasn't going to post about it online like it was some spiritual journey. I was just tired, burnt out, overwhelmed. I worked in a small, gray cubicle in a company that no one ever hears about unless they're calling to complain. I stared at screens all day, listening to voices that blurred into static. I hadn't taken time off in over 2 years. The days started to bleed together. I wasn't sleeping right. Even on weekends, I'd lay there with my eyes open, brain still stuck in that humming fluorescent noise of the office. I started snapping at people for nothing. Every little thing made my skin crawl. I was getting tension headaches almost every day. I just wanted silence, real silence. Not just turning my phone off and hiding in my room. I needed real space. So, I rented a cabin in a quiet, forested area a few hours away from the city. I didn't tell anyone where I was going, not even my boss. I just said I needed a week off and packed. It wasn't one of those fancy cabins with hot tubs and Wi-Fi and big glass windows for Instagram people. This one was listed as primitive. No internet, no TV, no cell signal. It had a small generator for the lights, but no plumbing. You brought your own water and you used an outhouse. Just 4 wooden walls and a roof. It was cheap, quiet, and far away. That was all I cared about. I got there late in the afternoon. The drive had been long, especially the last stretch. The paved road turned to dirt, then to gravel, then finally to just packed earth and rock. I had to drive slowly, trying not to wreck my tires on the dips and roots. The trees got taller and closer the farther I went, until it felt like I was driving straight into the woods and disappearing. By the time I parked beside the cabin, I could barely see the sky. The cabin looked older than the pictures. Not falling apart, but definitely worn. It leaned slightly to the right, and the boards were grayed out from years of rain and sun. The windows were small and dusty. One of them had duct tape across a crack. The front door stuck a little, but it opened. Inside was one room with a metal-framed bed, a small table and chair, and a shelf with a lantern and a few ratty paperbacks. I had brought my own food in a cooler, a small gas stove, some bottled water, a flashlight, and a folding chair. I set everything down and stood in the center of the room for a while, just listening. No traffic, no people, no noise, just the soft rustle of leaves and the faint creak of wood under my feet. That was it. I could feel something in my chest unclench for the first time in weeks. The first night was peaceful. I heated a can of soup, read one of the old books until it got too dark, and then laid on the bed under a thick blanket. I could hear the trees shifting in the wind outside and the occasional snap of a branch. It was strange how loud the natural world got when everything else was quiet. I drifted in and out of sleep, waking up a few times to adjust the blanket or turn over, but it was better than it had been in months. The next morning, I walked around the cabin and explored the area. There was a path behind the cabin that led into thicker woods. I followed it for a bit, careful not to get too far. I didn't have GPS or a map. After maybe half an hour, I turned back. On the way, I noticed what looked like an old, burned-out fire pit off the path. It was just some blackened rocks and ashes in a shallow hole. Nothing too strange, but it made me wonder if someone else had stayed nearby before. Over the next 2 days, I settled into a routine. I'd wake up early, eat something simple, then sit outside with my folding chair and just stare into the trees. I didn't bring my laptop. I didn't bring work. I just sat. I journaled a bit. I even tried sketching, though I hadn't done that in years. At night, I'd cook, read, and go to bed. But by the third night, something started to feel off. It was little things at first. I came back from a short walk and found the door to the cabin open a crack. I was sure I had closed it. It was heavy and stuck, so it wasn't the wind. I thought maybe I hadn't shut it fully. Later, I noticed my folding chair was folded up and leaning against the wall when I knew I'd left it open. Again, I told myself I just forgot. I wasn't exactly sharp these days. But then I found footprints. Not mine. I always wore boots with a distinct tread. The ones I found near the back of the cabin were smaller, lighter, different pattern. I crouched down and looked at them closely. They were fresher than the others. They came from the woods and circled near the back window. Then they disappeared into the brush. I looked around, scanning the trees. I didn't see anyone. I waited a while, staring into the trees, heart slowly starting to pound in my ears. I slept poorly that night. Every creak of the cabin made me open my eyes. I kept the flashlight close. In the early morning, before the sun fully came up, I got out of bed and went outside to check again. No new prints. Nothing moved. But that feeling didn't go away. I kept telling myself it could be nothing. Maybe hikers. Maybe a local hunter passing through. But the way the prints circled the cabin, not just passing by, it felt wrong. Curious. Like someone was watching. The next afternoon, I went farther into the woods along the path. I kept checking behind me. Every sound made me stop. A bird flying out of a bush. A squirrel darting up a tree. I was jumpy. Not because I believed anything supernatural was out here. I didn't believe in that. But people were worse. I had this constant sense that someone was near, not walking or crashing through the trees, but moving slow, quiet, watching, like I was on stage and didn't know it. About an hour into my walk, I found something strange. A tarp, green, muddy, half covered with leaves. I stopped and stared at it. I didn't move closer right away. It was stretched between two trees like a crude shelter. Beneath it were signs of recent use. Plastic bottles, a dirty sleeping bag, a pile of trash half buried under sticks. I didn't touch anything. I just stood there. My chest tightened. Someone had been living here. Not camping, living. No fire pit. No cleared space. Just tucked deep into the woods, close enough to the cabin, but hidden. I turned and went back fast, almost running. I locked the cabin door when I got back, even though the lock was just a flimsy latch. I sat by the window with the flashlight and watched the woods until it got dark. I didn't light the lantern. I didn't want to be seen. That night, I didn't sleep. I laid still and listened. Around midnight, I heard something outside. Not an animal, not the wind. It was steps, slow, deliberate, crunching over leaves, getting closer, then stopping. Silence. I didn't move. I just laid there, holding my breath, heart slamming against my ribs. I wanted to get up and look out the window, but I was afraid to. What if I saw someone looking back? I waited. Minutes passed. Then I heard the soft creak of the porch step. I didn't sleep at all after that. In the morning, I went outside and found prints again. Same tread, smaller than mine. They stopped right at the front door. The dirt was slightly scuffed, like someone had stood there for a long time, watching, listening. I packed up, threw everything back into the car. I wasn't going to wait around for whoever this was. But when I turned the key, the engine didn't start. Clicked, once, then nothing. Battery was dead. It made no sense. I hadn't left the lights on. It had started fine all week. I opened the hood and checked, but I wasn't good with cars. Nothing obvious looked wrong. I was stuck. There was no cell signal, no radio, no landline. The nearest town was about 8 miles away, but I didn't know the exact path without GPS. I thought about waiting, hoping someone would drive by, but no one came this deep unless they had a reason. I tried to stay calm. I sat inside most of the day, drinking water, pacing, listening. Around sunset, I heard something in the woods again. Movement, closer this time. I stayed inside. Then I noticed something chilling. The folding chair was gone. I had left it leaned against the porch after packing. Now it wasn't there. I looked out every window, searching. My hands were shaking. I felt like I was unraveling. I was hungry, tired, scared. I barely slept again. In the morning, I found something on the porch. The chair had been placed there again, neatly unfolded, facing the window. Someone had been watching. I left. I didn't care about the car. I grabbed a backpack with food, water, flashlight, and walked. I kept a steady pace, checking behind me constantly. I followed the road by memory, even when it turned into nothing but dirt and tree roots. It took me over 4 hours to reach a paved road. Eventually, a passing truck stopped. The man looked at me like I was crazy. I didn't explain. I just asked him to call someone. I reported everything to the local sheriff. He sent someone out, but they didn't find anyone. The tarp shelter had been torn down. No prints. I went to a cabin deep in the woods of northern Idaho to get away from distractions. That was the only reason. I had a big freelance job that needed to be done in 2 weeks, and I couldn't afford to miss the deadline. I had been falling behind because of noise at my apartment, calls from family, my neighbor's dog barking through the night, and my own bad habits with YouTube and scrolling. I thought being out in the middle of nowhere would help me focus. The cabin belonged to a friend's uncle. It was small, simple, and deep enough in the woods that there was no cell service and no Wi-Fi. The only way to get there was a long dirt road that split off from a county highway about 20 miles outside of Sandpoint. I packed up enough food for 2 weeks, canned stuff, pasta, rice, instant oatmeal, and brought my laptop, solar charger, battery packs, a camp stove, matches, a cooler with ice blocks, and a few basic tools just in case. I figured I could rough it a little bit. I wasn't going out there for fun. I just needed quiet. I arrived late in the afternoon. The sun was low behind the trees when I parked the car, and I had to carry my stuff about 30 yards from the clearing to the front porch. There wasn't much to the cabin. It was a square wooden box, dark brown, about 20 feet wide in each direction. A single door, 2 front windows, and a short chimney on the side. The place looked like it hadn't been lived in for years. There were cobwebs hanging under the porch roof and thick dust on the windowsills. When I opened the door, the stale smell hit me. Old wood, mouse droppings, dust, and something like mold, but not strong. Just the smell of a place closed up too long. Inside, there was a single room. A bed frame with a mattress, a wood stove in the corner, a small table with 2 chairs, and some shelves with a few pots and an old kettle. No plumbing, no electricity, no bathroom. I brought a bucket for water from the nearby stream and dug a small pit toilet about 50 yards into the woods behind the cabin. I knew how to do all that. I'd done backcountry camping before. I wasn't worried. The first 2 days were quiet, peaceful even. I woke up with the sun, made coffee on the camp stove, and worked from about 8 a.m. to sunset. No distractions, no phone buzzing, no noise but birds, wind, and sometimes the sound of branches cracking far off in the woods. I kept the door open most of the day for light and air, and I stayed inside once it got dark. I didn't have a gun with me, just a hatchet and a long knife I kept near the bed, but I wasn't too concerned. I hadn't seen any large animal tracks nearby, and there weren't any signs of people either. That's what I liked about the place. It was alone. But on the 3rd night, I noticed something strange. I had been working later than usual because I was behind on one section. It was around 9 p.m., and I was sitting at the table with my laptop on battery power, one lantern next to me, and the rest of the cabin dark. I had headphones in, but I wasn't playing music, just using them to block out distractions. Then I heard something. It was faint at first, a sound outside the cabin. Not an animal noise, more like wood. A knock. At first, I thought it was just something falling, a pine cone or a branch. But then it happened again, a little louder, a thud, like someone tapping the outer wall once. I froze, took out the headphones, listened. I couldn't hear anything else. I turned off the lantern and stood up. My eyes adjusted slowly. I looked through the front window, trying not to make noise, but I couldn't see anything out there. It was pitch dark. No moonlight that night. I waited about 10 minutes, standing still. Nothing happened again. Finally, I figured it was just my imagination or some animal bumping against the wall. Maybe a raccoon or a bird. I went back to the table, packed up the laptop, and went to bed. I left the lantern off. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I thought I heard something move outside. A step, a shuffle, something faint. I told myself it was the wind. In the morning, I went outside and checked the area around the cabin. I looked for tracks, but the ground was hard and dry. No signs of animals, no signs of anything. I checked the walls. There was a smudge mark near the back corner, low to the ground, but it could have been dirt or something from years ago. I brushed it off and tried to shake the feeling. That day, I didn't get much work done. I kept looking up from the screen, turning toward the windows, listening for sounds. Nothing happened all day. No signs of anything unusual, but I still felt off. That night, I made sure to lock the door from inside with the heavy wooden bar. I put the hatchet next to the bed and kept the knife in my sleeping bag. I didn't use the lantern. I just laid in bed with my eyes open, waiting to fall asleep. I heard the usual night noises, the breeze in the trees, some crickets, maybe a frog far off. But around 2 a.m., something changed. I heard footsteps, not the light kind animals make. These were slow, deliberate, on 2 feet, crunching on the dry needles outside the cabin. They stopped just outside the front wall. Then I heard the soft sound of breathing. I didn't move. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might echo. Then came the knock. Soft, 3 times, right near the window. Knock, knock, knock. I didn't get up. I didn't speak. I didn't turn on the light. After a long pause, I heard the footsteps again. They moved around the side of the cabin, toward the back. I stayed still, gripping the knife so hard my hand went numb. I was sweating even though the air was cold. The footsteps stopped again. Another knock, this time against the back wall. Then silence. I didn't sleep at all after that. At first light, I finally got up and went outside. I walked all the way around the cabin. Still no footprints. Still nothing disturbed. But now there were small dents in the wood, like someone had tapped it with a rock or a stick. One was right below the front window, one near the back. They were fresh. That's when I started thinking about leaving, but I talked myself out of it. I told myself maybe someone had hiked through and was just playing a stupid joke. Or maybe I had dozed off and imagined it. Or maybe it was just the old wood creaking. I had come all this way to finish the project. I didn't want to give up now. I spent the 5th day walking a wider perimeter around the cabin. I followed the stream for half a mile in both directions. I didn't find any campsites, no signs of people, no garbage, no paths, just forest. I came back in the afternoon and wrote down everything I had seen and heard in a notebook. I even drew a little map of the area around the cabin, in case I needed to show someone later. It made me feel a bit more in control. That night, I set up a trick. I balanced an old metal pot on top of the front door frame, tilted just enough that it would fall if the door opened. I also tied a few empty cans to a string and stretched them across the front step. Just simple things that would make noise. I figured if someone or something was creeping around, I'd at least hear them. The night passed quietly. No knocks, no footsteps. I started thinking maybe I had overreacted. Then, the next morning, I saw what changed. The cans were gone. All of them. The string was still there, but the cans were no longer tied to it. Not fallen, not nearby, just gone. And the metal pot? It was lying flat on the ground about 10 feet from the door, upside down, no dents. That was when I knew I wasn't imagining things. Someone had been there, and they were watching me. Story continues. Due to length, the full 7,000 plus word story will follow in next message. Continued part 2 of full-length 7,000 plus word story. I didn't know what to do. If I packed up and drove out, I'd have to leave in the middle of the day, drive the bumpy dirt road out to the highway, and hope nothing went wrong. But if I stayed, I was willingly letting myself be alone in the woods, possibly being watched by someone I couldn't see. Someone who didn't want to be seen. Someone who was careful. I didn't own a gun. I didn't have a radio or a phone signal, and I had told barely anyone exactly where I was staying. I stayed another night, but this time I barely sat down. I kept the lantern lit. I sat at the table, fully dressed, boots on, knife in hand, hatchet within reach. I kept every noise low. I turned off my laptop and just sat there listening. I looked out the window constantly. The forest was a wall of blackness. No stars that night. No wind. I waited until after 1 a.m. before something finally happened. A sharp noise. Not a knock. Not a step. A scrape. Came from the back wall again. Like someone dragging something rough, maybe a branch, along the wood slowly. Like they wanted me to hear it. Then a pause. Then 2 more short scrapes. Then quiet. I stood frozen in the center of the room, the knife in my grip. I didn't breathe. Then the footsteps started again. This time closer, slower, just circling the cabin, maybe 20 feet out. I heard them on dry leaves. The steps circled once, then stopped near the... I booked the cabin in January, a few months ahead of my planned trip. It was a small wooden place, tucked deep into the woods of northern Idaho. The kind of place you see in those outdoorsy magazines or in posts from travel bloggers who claim they've disconnected from the world. I wasn't trying to be one of them. I wasn't trying to post anything. I just wanted to get away for a while. Away from people, away from noise, away from everything. I didn't have some deep emotional reason. I wasn't depressed or going through a breakup or trying to find myself. I was just tired. Tired of hearing cars outside my apartment. Tired of constant notifications. Tired of feeling like I always had to respond to something, explain something, or answer to someone. I found the place through a private rental website. It wasn't on Airbnb or anything like that. Just some guy who rented out his family's old hunting cabin when he wasn't using it. The pictures showed a basic wooden structure with a front porch, one bedroom, a wood stove, a kitchen, and a bathroom with a composting toilet. There was no running water, no internet, and no cell reception, just what I wanted. I drove up on a Sunday morning. The cabin was about 4 hours away from the city, then another 30 minutes down a narrow dirt road that cut through dense woods. The trees were tall and tight together, mostly pines and firs, and they blocked out most of the light even in midday. The farther I drove, the quieter it got. My tires made soft crunching sounds on the old gravel road, and every now and then a bird or squirrel would dart across the path. There were no other houses out there, no power lines, no signs. It felt like I was leaving the whole world behind. When I pulled up to the cabin, I parked next to the only clearing. It was small, just a patch of grass where the ground was flat enough to park. The cabin was tucked between trees that pressed close on all sides, but the clearing gave just enough space for a little sunlight to reach the front steps. It looked exactly like the photos, old but not falling apart. The logs were dark with age and weather, and the windows had that yellowish tint that old cabins tend to have. There was a stack of chopped wood near the door, and next to it, an old hand axe stuck into a stump. I unloaded my bags, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. The inside smelled like pine and old wood smoke. There was a small kitchen area with a propane stove, a few shelves with canned food, and some basic utensils. The bedroom had a twin bed with a wool blanket and a wooden dresser with a mirror. There was a rug on the floor, worn but clean. The place wasn't fancy, but it was cozy in a rough kind of way. No creaky horror movie vibes, just a simple old place built by someone who wanted peace. I spent the first day just settling in. I walked around the woods nearby, marked a few trees with orange tape from my backpack so I wouldn't get lost, and gathered some kindling for the stove. I cooked a simple dinner on the propane burner, read for a while by lantern light, and went to bed early. The first night was uneventful, and honestly, it was the deepest sleep I'd had in months. But the next day, something felt off. Not wrong exactly, just off. It started with small things. When I went outside that morning to chop some more kindling, I noticed that the axe wasn't where I left it. I clearly remembered sticking it into the stump the day before, blade facing away from the cabin. But now it was leaning against the porch railing. I assumed I must have put it there without realizing it. I was tired from the drive. Maybe I was just misremembering, but it stuck in my mind. Later that afternoon, I hiked out along the ridge behind the cabin. The forest there was thick and quiet. The trees were packed tightly, and the ground was covered in a mix of pine needles and old leaves. I followed a path of flattened undergrowth that looked like it had once been a trail but hadn't been used in years. After about 30 minutes, I stopped to rest and have some water. As I leaned against a tree and looked around, I noticed something strange. A small pile of rocks stacked in a little pyramid. 3 stones balanced neatly. That was weird. I hadn't seen any signs of people out there. No footprints, no wrappers, no tire tracks. It wasn't the kind of place where kids wandered off trails and made little rock sculptures. This spot was far too deep in. I crouched down and took a closer look. The rocks weren't dirty. They looked like they'd been freshly moved. The ground underneath was slightly damp, like the stones had been covering it. I didn't touch them. I just took a photo on my camera and hiked back. That night it rained. Not hard, but steady. The kind of rain that taps on the roof and windows and makes the woods feel even more closed off. I lay in bed and listened to it for a while. Sometime after midnight, I thought I heard something else under the sound of the rain, like a soft crunch. Footsteps maybe, but it was hard to tell. The rain made it impossible to be sure. I told myself it was probably just a branch falling or an animal moving nearby. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next morning, I checked around the cabin. The grass and dirt outside were wet and soft. If anyone or anything had walked around out there, they would have left tracks. I found none, just puddles and matted grass. The axe was back in the stump, exactly how I remembered it the first day. I stood there for a while, just staring at it. Something wasn't adding up, but I couldn't put my finger on it. Maybe I was just getting spooked being out there alone. The third night was the one that changed everything. It had been another quiet day. I spent most of it reading and writing in a notebook. No hiking, no exploring. I wanted to stay close. I felt uneasy, though I didn't know why. There hadn't been any major signs of trouble, just small things. Things I could explain away if I really tried. But that night, I couldn't explain what I saw. Around 1 a.m., I woke up to use the compost toilet. The cabin was completely dark except for a dim glow from the lantern I'd left burning low in the kitchen. I put on a jacket, grabbed the flashlight, and stepped outside. The rain had stopped, but the air was thick with mist. I walked around the side of the cabin to the small outhouse a few feet away. As I was finishing up and about to return, I froze. There was a light in the woods. It wasn't bright, more like a dull orange flicker, like a candle or small fire. It was far off, maybe 50 yards into the trees, and barely visible through the branches and fog. But it was there, moving. I stood completely still and watched. The light bobbed slowly, side to side, almost like someone walking with it. Not fast, not panicked, just steady, quiet movement through the forest. I turned off my flashlight and crouched down beside the outhouse. My heart was pounding. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to shout or make noise. I didn't want to go back to the cabin and turn on lights that would show exactly where I was. I just stayed low and watched. After a few minutes, the light disappeared. Not suddenly, just slowly faded into the trees. Gone. I waited another 5 minutes before I moved. Then I crept back into the cabin, locked the door, and turned off the lantern. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall, holding a knife from the kitchen drawer. I didn't sleep that night. The next morning, I packed my bag. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe it was a hunter or camper. Maybe it was nothing, but I didn't care. I was done. When I stepped outside, something was waiting on the porch. It was the stack of 3 rocks. The same size, same shape, same arrangement as the ones I saw in the woods 2 days before. Right there on the porch, carefully balanced, right in front of the door. I stared at it for a long time. I didn't touch it. I didn't move. I just backed away, walked to my car, and threw my bag in. As I drove down the gravel road, I kept checking the rearview mirror. I didn't see anyone, but the feeling never left me. I didn't call the police. What would I say? That someone left rocks on my porch and walked through the woods with a candle? There were no laws broken, nothing stolen, no threats, just enough to scare the hell out of someone. It's been months since I left that cabin. I haven't gone back. I haven't heard from the owner. I never wrote a review or posted about it anywhere. I deleted the photo of the rocks. I tried to forget it all. But every once in a while, I still wonder about that light, about the tracks I never found, about the axe being moved, then put back, about the rocks, about how I was supposed to be completely alone out there, how I didn't see anyone, didn't hear anyone, but someone saw me, someone watched, someone walked those woods, and whoever they were, they wanted me to know they were there. I needed a break from everything. Life in the city had been too much lately. I couldn't focus, I couldn't sleep, and my mind had been feeling cluttered for months. One day, I just got tired of it all. I shut down my laptop, packed some clothes, bought a few canned goods, filled the cooler with water and snacks, and drove out of the city. No plans, no directions, just the road and the woods. A few hours into driving through rural roads, I came across a quiet place with thick trees, a small dirt road turning off the main one, and a crooked sign that read Bear Creek Trail. I didn't know what it was exactly, but I turned in. The road twisted into dense woods. No one else around. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. Eventually, I found an old cabin by a small clearing. It looked worn down but still solid. Roof intact, windows unbroken, door hanging straight. Nobody had lived in it for a while, but it didn't seem destroyed. I got out and walked around. The front porch had a rocking chair. The back looked over a small slope leading down into more woods. No cell phone service here. I checked. I liked that. I decided I'd stay for a while. The door wasn't locked, creaked loudly as I opened it, but the air inside wasn't foul. Dusty, yes, but not moldy. It had a single room with a fireplace, a small table, a wooden bed frame with a thin mattress, and a cupboard with a few old dishes. Mice probably lived behind the walls, but I didn't see any when I checked. I swept the place out, unpacked, and started a small fire in the fireplace. I planned to sleep early that night. No electricity, no distractions, just quiet. That first night, I slept surprisingly well. The next morning, I woke up at dawn. I cooked a basic breakfast using a small gas stove I'd brought. After eating, I went walking through the woods with a small backpack just to explore. I followed a few trails that ran down toward the creek. The forest was thick, with pine and birch trees pressing in from all sides. The ground was soft with leaves. I didn't hear any cars, didn't see any buildings. Just the sound of birds, wind in the trees, and the creek flowing quietly. I felt good. For the first time in a long time, I wasn't tense. I wasn't thinking about emails, people, or problems. I was just walking, listening, and breathing. When I got back to the cabin, it was early afternoon. I made some tea and sat on the porch. The sun came through the trees in long beams, and I just sat there for a long time, staring into the woods. It was peaceful. That's when I noticed something small. A figure. Not clear at first, just a bit of movement in the woods across the clearing. At first I thought it was a deer or some animal, but then I saw the shape was upright. A man. He was standing far back between the trees. Not walking, not moving, just standing, facing my direction. I froze. He didn't step forward, didn't wave, just stood there. I stared for a long time, trying to see better, but the trees were dense and the shadows deep. It was hard to tell much about him. I couldn't make out his face or clothes, just that he was there, watching. After a few minutes, I stood up. He still didn't move. I walked inside and shut the door. I peeked out the window. He was gone. I wasn't sure what to think. Maybe it was a hiker, maybe someone who lived nearby. I tried to forget about it, told myself it was probably nothing, but it stayed in the back of my mind all evening. That night, I couldn't sleep well. I kept listening for sounds. The woods were loud, but at the same time, they had a stillness that made every little crack feel big. A branch snapped outside once, and I sat up straight in bed. I waited, holding my breath, but nothing else happened. Just the wind again. The next day, I didn't explore. I stayed close to the cabin. I walked the perimeter, looked for signs of other people. I didn't find any footprints or trash or paths that didn't look natural. Still, I felt watched. That evening, I sat on the porch again, and around the same time as the day before, I saw him again. This time farther to the left, behind a different set of trees. Still just standing, still facing me. I didn't move. I stared at him, hoping maybe I could see something more, but it was the same. No face, no movement, just stillness. I called out even though I didn't want to. No answer. I stepped off the porch and walked halfway across the clearing. The figure was still there. I shouted again, louder. Still no answer. Then I walked toward the spot, but by the time I reached the trees where he'd been, he was gone. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't see anyone moving away. It was like he just vanished. I walked deeper into the trees, but after 10 minutes I gave up. The woods were quiet again. That night, I locked the door with a chair against it. I didn't sleep. Over the next few days, I stayed near the cabin. Every evening he appeared, always in a different spot. Never closer, but always watching. I started to dread sundown. I didn't know what he wanted. I didn't know if he was dangerous. I didn't know if he was real even, but I knew what I saw. One day, I tried leaving during the daylight. I packed everything, loaded my car, and started driving down the dirt road. But not 10 minutes into the drive, a tree had fallen across the path. A big one, too big to move. It hadn't been there when I came in. It looked fresh, like it had just fallen. I didn't hear a storm. The sky was clear. I walked up to it and studied it. The cut looked clean, like it had been sawed. Not a break. A clean fall. Somebody had dropped it there. Someone had blocked the road. I drove back to the cabin, my heart racing the whole time. Now I wasn't just afraid. I was trapped. That evening, he was there again. This time closer. right at the edge of the clearing. I didn't go out. I stayed inside with the fire low, listening. I thought about using the back window to run into the woods at night, but it was too risky. I didn't know the woods well enough. I could get lost. I could fall or run into him. I sat in the dark, knife in my hand, waiting for something to happen. But he never came closer. He never knocked, never tried the door, just stood there, watching. The next morning, I went outside early. The spot where he stood had clear footprints, not boots, bare feet. I followed them for a while, but they disappeared into the soft ground. That whole day, I tried to figure a way out. I thought about hiking out on foot, but it would take too long. I had no cell signal, no map of the area. I didn't even know which direction the nearest town was. I had followed the road in without really paying attention to the route. That was stupid, I knew that now. I waited until night again, thinking maybe I could trap him or scare him off. I put nails under the windows, sharpened sticks and leaned them against the door, tried to prepare. But he didn't come near. He was out there, though. I knew it. I felt it. I heard faint movement once, a crunch of leaves just outside. I didn't breathe for a long time. I stayed up all night again. By now, I had been there over a week. I was out of fresh food. Water was running low. I was running on canned stuff in fear. I barely slept. I'd walk outside during the day, call for help, listen for anything. But there was no one, just that man at night. One afternoon, I got fed up. I grabbed my axe and walked into the woods. I shouted. I dared him to show himself. I walked in circles for hours, hoping to run into him. Nothing. But when I got back to the cabin, my door was open. I hadn't left it like that. I knew I hadn't. Inside, everything was touched. Nothing taken. Just moved. My backpack had been emptied. The mattress flipped. My food cans rolled across the floor. A single muddy footprint on the wooden floor near the bed. Still no sign of him. He was in and out while I was gone. That night, I didn't sleep. I just sat in the corner with my axe and waited. My eyes on the door. I must have nodded off just before dawn. When I woke up, the axe was gone. My hands were empty. The chair I had braced against the door had been placed neatly back under the table. He had been inside while I slept. I started to lose it after that. I scribbled notes on paper, trying to make sense of it. I tore up floorboards looking for hiding spots. I even climbed into the attic, thinking maybe he was up there. Nothing. No signs. Just me and the woods. I thought I was going crazy. I didn't know how long I could take it. I had maybe one day's worth of food left. Water would run out next. I needed to get out. The next morning, I took everything I could carry, grabbed a kitchen knife, and walked into the woods. I didn't care if I got lost. I had to try. I walked for hours. I tried to follow the sun. I stayed in straight lines. I kept track by tying bits of fabric from my shirt to tree branches. But no matter which way I went, I ended up back at the clearing. Every time. By now, I knew something was wrong with this place. Not ghosts. Not I needed a break. That was the only thing going through my head when I booked the cabin. Life in the city had been crushing me, day by day. I was constantly surrounded by noise, deadlines, and people. Too many people. I felt like I was choking. My sleep was shallow. I was always tired. My chest felt tight every morning. I hadn't smiled for real in months. So when I saw the listing for a remote cabin tucked deep in the northern woods, far away from any town or road, something in me clicked. I booked it right away. It wasn't luxurious, not even close, but it had what I needed. Quiet, solitude, trees, a small river nearby, a wood stove for heat, no electricity, no cell signal, just a solar battery for lights and enough dry wood to last a week. I told my boss I was taking time off. I packed a week's worth of food, my sleeping bag, a camping stove, books I never had time to read, and drove north until the roads disappeared. I parked where the trail ended and hiked 2 miles with my gear to the cabin. It was everything I hoped for. Small, plain, sturdy, made of old timber. No neighbors, no hum of cars in the distance. Just wind in the trees and birds. the only sound for miles. The first few days were peaceful. I chopped wood. I cooked simple meals. I read until I fell asleep. I watched the forest breathe. I walked the trails near the river and sat on a rock where I could feel the breeze and listen to the sound of running water. I saw deer tracks. Once I spotted a fox. Every hour that passed made me feel more like myself again. My shoulders loosened. My thoughts slowed down. I stopped checking my phone even though there was no signal. I started sleeping better. No stress, just stillness. But on the fourth night, things changed. It was around 2 a.m. when I first noticed it. I had just woken up from a strange, light sleep. The kind where you're not sure if you were dreaming or not. Something felt off. I didn't hear anything unusual. No branches snapping, no animals. But I had that heavy feeling in my chest, like something wasn't right. I sat up in the dark. The cabin was pitch black, and I kept still, just listening. My ears tried to stretch out through the dark like they were searching for something. Then I saw it. Out the small window above the bed, something flickered, just barely. A very dim, moving light, like a flashlight from far away. It wasn't the moon. It was too small and it moved too much. It disappeared behind the trees, then showed again. Slow, steady, deliberate. It was someone walking through the woods, with a flashlight, at 2 a.m. My body froze. I didn't move a muscle. My heart beat slower, deeper. I stared at the spot where I last saw the light, but it didn't show again. I waited another 15 minutes without moving. Nothing. I eventually laid back down, but I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. Every little creak in the old cabin made my skin tighten. I kept replaying it in my head. Why would someone be out here? The place was supposed to be completely isolated. The cabin rental said there were no nearby campsites. The nearest house was 5 miles away, past a ridge. By morning, I tried to shake it off. Maybe it was a hunter. Maybe they were lost. Maybe they had no idea the cabin was even here. Still, it sat in the back of my mind like a stain. I didn't feel the same peace anymore. That afternoon, I hiked toward the river to clear my head. I followed the same trail as always. The leaves had started to change, and the colors were nice. I sat on the same rock near the water and tried to relax. It helped, a little. But on the way back, I saw something that tightened everything inside me again. About 200 feet from the cabin, off the main trail, I noticed an old campfire ring. A pile of blackened rocks, bits of charred wood still inside. It wasn't there before. I was sure of it. I had walked past that exact spot on my earlier hikes. The ground around it looked fresh. There were footprints in the dirt, a pack of cigarettes crushed into the mud, a long, rusted folding knife jammed into a tree stump. Someone had camped there. Recently, I stood still for a while just looking. My hands went cold. My stomach dropped. It wasn't the fire that scared me. It was the feeling that someone had been right there, close enough to see me walking past, close enough to watch the cabin. And I hadn't known. I walked back to the cabin slowly, looking over my shoulder. Every little sound in the woods suddenly sounded louder. Twigs cracking, birds flying away. I started noticing things I hadn't seen before. A tree trunk with some bark peeled off. A weird stack of rocks just off the path. A broken boot print in the mud facing toward my trail. I got inside and locked the door. That night, I didn't sleep much either. I sat with my back against the wall, a hatchet next to me. The woods were darker than usual. I didn't light the lamp. I didn't want to be seen. I kept watching the window, listening. Just after midnight, I heard something outside. It was soft, but steady. Footsteps, leaves crunching, moving slowly, like someone trying not to make noise. Coming closer, I held my breath. Then silence. A long pause. Then a knock. Not on the front door. On the wall. Just one knock. On the wood outside. Then nothing. I didn't move. Couldn't. My body locked up. I just sat there, breathing shallow, waiting for it to happen again. But it didn't. Eventually the sun came up. I stepped outside slowly. The grass was wet with dew. I looked around the cabin. I saw nothing. But when I walked around to the back wall, I found it. A fresh boot print. Deep, big, It hadn't been there yesterday. That was it. I wanted to leave, but the problem was the trail was long. My car was parked over 2 miles away. There was no phone service, no one to call. I could try to hike back that day, but if whoever this was had been watching me, they might be waiting. I didn't like the idea of walking through the woods with a pack on my back, not knowing if I was being followed. So I decided to stay one more night, just one. I planned to wake up early at first light and hike out fast. I packed my gear and slept in my clothes. I didn't cook. I didn't make a fire. I kept a knife in one hand and the hatchet near me. That night was worse than the one before. Just past 1 a.m., I heard something again. This time it was closer. Leaves moving, twigs snapping. Slow steps, not an animal. Human. I held my breath. My heart was racing. Then I saw something outside the window. A shape, just a head and shoulders. Not clear, just the outline of a person standing still behind a tree, facing the cabin, not moving. I didn't dare go outside. I just sat, frozen, and waited. The figure eventually moved, backward, then sideways, then disappeared into the trees. I stayed up the whole night. I didn't sleep at all. I just watched, waited, counted down the hours until dawn. As soon as the first light showed through the trees, I grabbed my pack and left. I didn't eat. I didn't drink. I just walked fast but quiet. I looked behind me every few minutes. I kept thinking I heard steps behind me, but when I stopped, it was silent. When I reached the car, I threw my gear in and locked the doors fast. I sat there for a minute, breathing hard, hands shaking. I scanned the woods. Then I saw something that made my stomach twist. On the back of my car, someone had tied a string. A little rope with a rock at the end, swinging gently, like it had been left there recently. It wasn't there when I arrived days ago. It wasn't decoration. It was a marker, a signal, maybe to someone else, maybe a warning. I didn't know. I didn't waste another second. I started the car and drove. I didn't look back again. I didn't stop until I was hours away. I never went back to that cabin. I messaged the rental owner and told them I had to leave early. I didn't give details. Weeks passed. I kept thinking about it, over and over. I looked up reports in that area, nothing. No missing hikers, no crime, no campers reported. It was like whoever that was had never been there, like they had just watched and waited. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I stayed one more night, or if I opened the door when I heard the knock, or if I had walked outside when I saw the figure. But I'll never know. All I know is that I went to that cabin to get away from people, and someone was already there, watching, quiet, hidden, and they didn't want me to leave. But I did, just in time, and I won't ever go back. I needed to get away from everything. Work was crushing me. The city felt too loud. My phone was always buzzing. I was tired of emails, tired of traffic, tired of people. I hadn't taken a proper break in over 2 years, and it was starting to catch up with me. My mind wasn't right. I'd stare at the ceiling at night. I'd start forgetting what day it was. I needed quiet. I needed space. I needed to be somewhere far away from it all. I booked a cabin in the northern woods, a place that was meant for hunters and hikers, not tourists. It was deep in a forest that was part of a national reserve. The cabin was off a gravel road that most GPS systems couldn't even track. I found it through a small listing on a blog about remote places. There were no reviews, no modern listings, just a guy's name and an email address. I contacted him, wired the money, and got a reply with basic directions. Felt sketchy, but I didn't care. I just wanted to be gone. I packed my car with a few clothes, a first aid kit, a couple of heavy jackets, flashlights, cans of food, a water jug, some instant coffee, and a hunting knife I'd never used but always carried when camping. I threw in a few paperbacks and a notepad. I told my coworkers I was going off the grid for a while. I didn't even tell my friends where I was going. I wanted it that way. The drive took 9 hours. The first 7 were smooth highway. The last 2 were winding back roads with barely any signs. I drove past hills covered in thick pines and lakes that looked black under the clouds. I lost cell signal 2 hours before I reached the cabin. The air started to feel colder, and the trees were thicker than I expected. Eventually, I found the turnoff. It wasn't really a road, just 2 tire tracks in the dirt that curved down through the trees. The gravel crunched under my tires. Bushes scraped my doors. I drove for another 20 minutes, bouncing slowly over dips and rocks. Then I saw it. The cabin sat in a small clearing, backed up against the edge of a slope that looked down into a thicker part of the forest. It was built from old logs and had a rusty tin roof. 1 window in the front, 1 to the side. No curtains. The front door was red, faded, and chipped. There was a metal chimney that looked like it hadn't seen smoke in years. A small porch with a broken step and a single chair sat in front. I parked next to it and killed the engine. For the first time in months, it was completely silent. I opened the door, creaked like in a movie. The inside was cold and dusty. There was a small wood stove in the corner, a rough table, and a single bed against the wall. The mattress was thin but clean. There were some spider webs near the ceiling. I opened the small window and let some air in. A couple of birds flew by. The forest smelled like wet bark and pine. The first night, I slept hard. I woke up once to pee and heard an owl. That was it. No sirens, no car horns, no phones. Just the sound of trees moving in the wind. I thought it was perfect. The next day, I went for a walk. There was a small path behind the cabin that led deeper into the forest. I followed it, moving slow, stepping over roots, stopping to listen. The deeper I went, the quieter it got. No people, no sign of anything. I liked it. I sat on a rock for a while and just listened. The trees swayed gently. A squirrel ran by. I must have been out there for 3 hours. That night, I made a small fire in the stove using the dry logs stacked outside. I made some instant noodles, drank coffee, and wrote in my notepad. I wrote about how quiet everything felt. I wrote that maybe I'd stay longer than a week. I slept better that night. No dreams, no noise. But on the 3rd day, something felt different. It started with a sound. I was sitting on the porch around noon. I had my book in my lap and a cup of coffee in my hand. I heard something crack in the trees, not like a squirrel or a bird. Something heavier. A single, clean snap like a big branch breaking. Then nothing. I stared out into the woods. I couldn't see anything, just trees thick and still. I sat there for a while, listening. Nothing moved. No wind, no birds, no rustling. Just heavy stillness. I shrugged it off. Maybe a tree limb fell. That night, I felt a little tense. I kept hearing small noises outside, like twigs cracking in the distance. I got up twice to look out the window but saw nothing. I chalked it up to my imagination. It's easy to get jumpy out here alone. I tried to sleep, but the quiet didn't feel peaceful anymore. It felt like it was holding its breath. The next morning, I went back on the trail behind the cabin. This time I brought my knife. I didn't feel scared exactly, just alert. The forest looked the same, but the path had faint footprints on it. Not mine. These were bigger, wider, deeper. They weren't boot prints. They looked like someone had walked barefoot, wide toes, deep heel, spaced like a slow, heavy walk. I stared at them for a long time. They went down the trail and off into the trees. I followed them for maybe 100 feet, but they vanished in the underbrush. The forest floor swallowed them. I turned back and walked quicker than before. I kept checking over my shoulder. I didn't hear anything, but I felt watched. When I got back to the cabin, I locked the door, even though I hadn't touched the lock the whole trip. That night, I didn't sleep much. Around 1 or 2 a.m., I heard a tapping sound, light and slow, like something hitting the wall. Tap, pause, tap, pause. I sat up and held my breath. It was coming from the side of the cabin, near the back window. I crept over and looked out. I didn't see anything. I stared for a long time. The tapping had stopped. I left the light off and sat in the dark for a while. Eventually, I got back into bed, but I didn't close my eyes. The next morning, I found something that made my stomach twist. There were marks on the side of the cabin. Not scratches, not animal tracks, just long, dark smudges like dirty handprints, but bigger than normal hands. 5 fingers, but longer. One of them was smeared down the window, like someone had dragged their hand slowly along it. I stood there for a long time, just staring. Then I walked around the whole cabin. I found another mark on the front porch. Muddy, partial, like the edge of a heel. I didn't know what to think. I didn't want to believe someone was out here messing with me. This place was miles from the nearest town. No one would come out here for fun. I hadn't seen another car or person since I arrived. But the signs were there. Someone was here. I spent the rest of the day on edge. I didn't go for a walk. I barely ate. I kept checking the windows. I sat on the porch with my knife in my lap, just watching the trees. Nothing moved. No birds. No deer. No wind. The woods felt dead. When the sun started to drop, I went inside and locked the door. I dragged the table in front of it. I closed the windows and sat with my flashlight. I didn't start the fire. I didn't want to make light. I sat in the dark and listened. Around midnight, I heard something. Not close, just barely there. A low, rhythmic crunch, like footsteps, slow and steady, moving through leaves. Then a pause. Then another crunch. Closer. I sat still, knife in hand. The sound came around the side of the cabin, then stopped. Then another soft tapping, this time at the back wall. Higher up. It stopped. Then I heard the porch creak. I held my breath. Every muscle in my body locked up. I didn't move. I waited. Then silence. Minutes passed. 10, 20, maybe more. Nothing. I stayed up until morning. When it got light, I opened the door slowly. The porch was empty, but I saw something in the dirt. Footprints. Clearer now. Barefoot. White. Deep. Leading from the woods up the porch, then around to the back of the cabin. I looked out at the woods. Nothing but trees. That was when I made the decision to leave. I packed my things in 10 minutes. I grabbed everything I could, shoved it in the back seat, and started the car. The engine started, but the gas gauge was low. Lower than it should have been. I'd filled the tank before I got here, and I hadn't driven since. It didn't make sense. I had just under a quarter tank left. Barely enough to make it back to the main road. Still, I wasn't staying. I started down the path, slowly over the gravel. That's when I saw it. A shape, standing just inside the trees. Not moving, not crouching, just standing. I hit the gas and didn't look back. I made it out of the forest with the fuel light on. My hands were shaking. I drove until I found a gas station 2 hours later. I filled up, went inside, and sat in the bathroom for 30 minutes. I didn't talk to anyone. I just stared at the floor. When I got back to the city, I couldn't sleep for days. I kept checking my apartment door. I taped paper over the peephole. I moved my bed away from the window. Every night, I'd wake up expecting to hear that tapping sound again. Weeks passed. Nothing happened. I went back to work. People said I looked tired. I didn't tell them what happened. It was late October when I finally decided to take a break. I had been working straight for 11 months without even a proper weekend off. The stress from work had been building up for a long time. The constant ringing of phones, never-ending emails, and tight deadlines were beginning to make me feel like I was losing myself. I wasn't sleeping right. I was eating junk. I was always tired and always angry. I remembered my uncle's old cabin up in the northern woods. It had been sitting empty for years after he passed away. No one in the family really cared to go up there. It was remote, deep into the forest with no phone reception or internet. Just a small wooden cabin by a lake, a couple hours off the main road, surrounded by trees and silence. That sounded like exactly what I needed. So I packed everything I thought I might need: canned food, bottled water, some firewood, a hunting knife, a flashlight, extra batteries, a first aid kit, sleeping bag, a few clothes, a couple of books, and drove north for almost 5 hours. The last 40 minutes were rough, the gravel road getting bumpier the deeper I went into the woods. The road curved sharply in places, and with trees so tall on either side, it felt like I was driving through a tunnel made of branches. When I finally arrived at the cabin, it looked just the way I remembered it. Small, dark brown, weathered from the seasons. A crooked wooden porch and a single step that creaked when I put my foot on it. The windows were cloudy from dust and grime. It smelled musty inside, like old wood and time. But it was still standing strong, and that was enough for me. I spent the first day cleaning up a little, airing out the rooms, sweeping dust and cobwebs, wiping the old table and counters. I set up my supplies, checked that the lanterns worked, and tested the portable generator I brought. It was quiet, just the wind in the trees and the occasional creaking of the cabin's old wooden boards. There was no cell signal at all. I didn't mind. That was part of the plan. To unplug, to reset. I was looking forward to just being alone. Fishing in the lake maybe, reading, sleeping, and not hearing a single human voice for a week or two. That night, I made myself a quick meal on the old propane stove, ate by lantern light, then laid on the cot with my sleeping bag pulled tight. It was cold, but the thick logs of the cabin kept out most of the wind. I slept deeply, the kind of sleep I hadn't had in months. The second day, I spent time outside. The trees were a mix of bare and red and yellow. Leaves crunched under my boots as I walked along the lake's edge. I didn't see a single person or even a boat in the water. I liked it that way. I even found some firewood piled behind the cabin. My uncle must have chopped it long ago. Most of it was still dry enough to use. The first 2 days passed peacefully. I settled into a calm routine. Wake up early, make a simple breakfast, walk around a bit, sit by the lake, read, maybe collect some sticks or kindling, and go to sleep when the sky turned orange. I stopped thinking about work. I stopped checking my phone, even though I knew there wouldn't be a signal. It was perfect, but on the third morning, something felt different. I woke up around 6 a.m. as usual. The sky was still dim. I opened the door to let in some air and saw something that hadn't been there before. There were fresh boot prints in the dirt, right outside the cabin door. They weren't mine. I could tell by the size and pattern. They were bigger and deeper. The prints came from the woods, stopped a few feet from the porch, and then turned back toward the trees. I stood there staring at them for a long time. I hadn't heard anything the night before. Nothing woke me up. No footsteps, no knocking, no sound of a car or ATV. Just silence. I told myself maybe it was a hunter. Maybe someone walked by in the early morning hours and changed their mind. Maybe someone from a nearby property I didn't know about. But still, it didn't feel right. I spent the rest of the day trying to push it out of my mind. I didn't see anyone. No one came back. The woods were quiet. But that night, I couldn't sleep properly. I kept the lantern on. I kept the hunting knife next to my bedroll. The next morning, more prints. This time, they went all the way around the cabin. I could see them circling it in the soft dirt. They passed the window, stopped at the woodpile, then disappeared back into the trees again. I stood there for a long time. My heart was pounding. I walked over to the trees trying to follow the trail. But it didn't take long for the footprints to vanish in the undergrowth. Whoever it was knew how to walk quietly and not leave a lot of trace. That made me feel worse. I stayed inside most of the day. I kept the knife close. I locked the door and checked it 3 times. The cabin didn't have strong locks. It was built in a time when people didn't worry about that. But I propped a chair under the handle and kept the axe near the door. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking I'd hear the creak of a footstep outside or a tap on the window, but there was nothing. Just wind and the occasional groan of the old wooden beams. The next morning, I walked around the cabin again. The footprints were back. This time, they were clearer, and something was missing. 3 logs from the woodpile were gone. I knew I hadn't used them. I had only taken from the pile near the porch. This was the pile by the back of the cabin, the one I hadn't touched yet. Someone had taken wood in the night. I felt a deep, tight feeling in my chest, like a pressure building up. Someone was watching, maybe more than watching. I didn't know whether to leave or stay, but if I left, I'd be walking back to my truck through miles of forest with no signal. If someone really was out there, I didn't want to run into them in the woods. The cabin felt safer. At least I had walls and tools, so I stayed. That night, I turned off all lights early. I sat in the corner of the room, where I could see both the front door and the side window. I kept the lantern ready but off. I sat in silence, heart pounding, breathing shallow, and around 2 a.m., I heard something. a soft crunch, then another. Someone was walking in the dirt outside. I didn't move. I just listened. The footsteps circled the cabin. Slow, careful. I heard them pause. Then the sound of someone dragging something, maybe a log, maybe something else. Then footsteps again. I waited in the dark for hours. When the sun finally rose, I stepped outside. This time, I saw something new. Near the fire pit out back, someone had stacked the 3 stolen logs into a small triangle, carefully, deliberately, as if trying to send some kind of message. It made my stomach turn. Whoever it was, they weren't just stealing wood. They were watching me, playing with me. I decided I couldn't stay another night. I packed up my gear in a rush. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see someone step out from behind a tree, but no one came. The trail back to the road was long, and I walked fast. Too fast, maybe. I tripped a few times. My hands got scraped up on a sharp branch when I lost my balance. But I didn't care. I just wanted out. When I finally reached the road and got in my truck, I locked the doors immediately. My hands were shaking as I turned the key. The sound of the engine starting was the most comforting thing I'd heard in days. I drove straight back to the city without stopping once. I didn't even look back at the forest. I didn't tell anyone about it for a while. I wasn't sure what I'd say. I had no proof, no photos, no faces, just boot prints and missing firewood and the feeling of being watched. Most people would have laughed or told me I was imagining things. Maybe I was. Maybe isolation makes your mind play tricks on you. But a few weeks later, curiosity got the better of me. I searched online for any news from the area around the cabin. Break-ins, trespassing, anything. And I found something. An old post on a local forum, dated about a year before my trip. Someone describing the same thing. Boot prints, stolen wood, stacked logs in strange shapes. No one ever seen. Just signs. The user said they had stayed at their grandfather's old hunting shack a few miles from a small lake, probably the same lake near my uncle's cabin. They said they came back one day to find the word "no" scratched into a tree behind the outhouse. They left and never returned. The post had no replies. The user never posted again. That was enough for me. I haven't been back to that cabin. I haven't gone camping since. I don't go near remote woods anymore. I still don't know who it was, or what they wanted, but I know they're out there, somewhere in those woods, watching, walking quietly through the trees, waiting for someone to come alone, and I'm never going back. It started with the idea of getting away. I had been working long hours in the city, not seeing the sun for days, barely sleeping, eating badly, and my body was giving up. My lower back always hurt. My left eye twitched all the time. I needed a break, not a short one, but a long reset. I wanted complete silence, total separation from everything. So I booked a cabin in a remote mountain area far from any town. I found it through an obscure online listing from an older site I hadn't used before. It had a few blurry pictures, one review from 5 years ago, and no social media tags. But that was the appeal. It looked exactly like what I was looking for: old, wooden, simple, and totally alone. The drive took almost 10 hours. The last stretch was dirt road winding up through the trees. It wasn't maintained well. Potholes, sharp rocks, narrow edges with no barriers. There was a small wooden sign nailed to a pine tree with the name of the place, Ridgeview 7. That was the only confirmation I had that I was in the right place. No mobile signal, no GPS after the last hour. But I kept going, trusting the directions I had written on a notepad. The cabin sat near the edge of a ridge, with a stunning view of a forest valley below. From the outside, it looked worn but solid. The porch steps were crooked, and the roof was covered in old brown pine needles. There were no other buildings nearby, no other cabins, no power lines, no cars. Just trees and sky. It was exactly what I wanted. Inside, the cabin was dim, with dark wooden walls and a faint smell of old dust and firewood. There was no electricity, just a gas-powered lamp hanging from a ceiling hook, a wood stove in the corner, and an old propane fridge. The bed was one of those thin, creaky metal frames with a worn-out mattress and a wool blanket. There was a small wooden table with 2 chairs, a counter with a few empty cabinets, and one window with no curtain facing out toward the trees. It was all very quiet, the kind of silence that made your ears buzz. I unpacked my gear, mostly canned food, water jugs, a flashlight, a few books, extra batteries and clothes, and got a fire going in the stove. I had to use an old hatchet to split some of the logs stacked behind the cabin. The axe blade was rusted, but it worked. I found myself enjoying the physical work, the simplicity. No notifications, no emails, no noise. The first night was calm. I slept early, wrapped in the wool blanket, and let the fire burn down. I woke up once in the middle of the night because of how quiet it was. It was the kind of silence that felt heavy, like something was missing. I stared at the wooden ceiling for a while, then rolled over and went back to sleep. The next morning, I made coffee using my little camping stove. There was no real kitchen, just a small sink with a hand pump. The water came out cloudy at first, but it cleared up after a minute. I went for a walk, taking a narrow trail down into the woods. The air was cold and fresh. I didn't see any animals, just a few birds and a squirrel that darted off when it saw me. That afternoon, I decided to explore the area around the cabin more. There was a shed a short walk down the hill, half buried in bushes and moss. The lock was broken, so I opened it. Inside were old tools, rusty saws, a rake with bent teeth, tangled rope, and a bag of what looked like lime or cement. There were also a few large animal traps stacked in the corner, covered in dust. They looked unused for a long time. When I went back to the cabin, I noticed something odd. The firewood I stacked near the door that morning was scattered. Some of it was lying halfway down the steps. At first, I thought maybe a raccoon or something knocked it over, but it didn't look like that. It looked like someone had moved it, then dropped it in a hurry. I felt a little uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. That night, I read a bit by the gas lamp and tried to write in a journal I brought, just to document the experience. My handwriting was shaky. I didn't like how quiet it was. I kept thinking I heard faint movement outside, like soft steps, twigs breaking, or the crunch of leaves. But when I opened the door and shined my flashlight out, there was nothing, just trees and fog. By the 3rd day, I was starting to feel something strange. It wasn't fear exactly. It was more like a growing pressure, like I was being watched, but not by anything specific. I walked around the cabin slowly, checking the back, looking under the porch. I didn't find anything, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been there. I even checked for footprints, but the ground was dry and covered in leaves, and nothing looked disturbed. Later that day, I noticed something else. The table had been moved, just slightly, like a few inches from where I remembered it being. I stared at it for a long time, wondering if I was just imagining things. I pushed it back against the wall, even scratched a small mark in the wood to be sure. That night, I didn't sleep well. I kept hearing sounds, but nothing loud, just subtle things. A creak from the porch boards, a thump like something being dropped. I got up twice and walked around outside with the flashlight. I found nothing, but when I came back inside the second time, the gas lamp was off. I knew I left it on. It had plenty of fuel. The 4th day was colder, and it rained in the morning. The trail I walked earlier was now muddy. I decided to stay close to the cabin. I kept the fire going most of the day and tried to stay warm, but I kept checking the window. I couldn't explain why. I felt drawn to it, like something might appear there if I wasn't watching. That night, things got worse. Around midnight, I woke up to a scraping sound, long and slow, like wood being dragged across the floor. I froze. The cabin was pitch black. My flashlight was under the pillow, so I reached for it carefully and turned it on. The beam was weak, flickering. I scanned the room, and everything looked normal, but I swear the table had moved again. The scraping came again, not inside this time, but outside along the wall. I held the flashlight toward the window, but it was too fogged to see clearly. I waited. The sound stopped. I stayed awake the rest of the night, clutching the flashlight, heart pounding. By the 5th day, I was on edge. I considered leaving, but I had no cell service, and the road out was narrow and risky in the rain. I told myself I was being paranoid. Maybe the isolation was messing with my head. But I couldn't ignore the small signs anymore. I went back to the shed and got the rope. I tied it across the door latch from the inside, just in case. Then I wedged a chair under the handle too. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I sat in the chair by the door, listening. Around 3 a.m., I heard it again. The dragging sound, then a soft thud against the wall, then silence. In the morning, I walked around the cabin. I found something that made my stomach drop. There were fresh marks on the wall, 3 long vertical scrapes about waist high. Not claw marks. They looked like they'd been made with a metal tool, like someone had scraped a crowbar or something heavy down the wooden boards. I backed away slowly and went back inside. I packed most of my gear that afternoon. I didn't want to stay another night, but I knew I had to wait until morning to drive out safely. I didn't trust the road in the dark. That night, I didn't light the gas lamp. I kept everything off and stayed in the corner of the room, flashlight ready. I had the chair back under the door, the rope tight. I waited. At 2:14 a.m., I had my watch. I heard footsteps. Slow, steady on the porch. Not animal sounds. Heavy steps. Then a soft tapping on the door. Just 3 taps. Then nothing. I didn't move. I held my breath for what felt like minutes. Then came the sound of the rope stretching. Something was trying the handle. Soft, slow pressure like someone testing it. I stayed frozen. The door held. After a few more minutes, the steps moved away, fading. In the morning, I opened the door carefully. The rope was stretched tight, but unbroken. On the porch floor, in the dirt, were 2 footprints. Bare feet, human. They were wide, flat, and the toes were spread unnaturally far apart. I measured them with my hand. They were bigger than mine, much bigger. I didn't wait. I grabbed my things and left. I didn't even eat. Just locked the door, pointlessly, I guess. Got in the car and started down the trail. I checked the rearview mirror every few minutes. The road felt longer on the way out. Every branch looked like a shape. Every tree trunk looked like it had eyes. I didn't stop once, not even to drink water. When I finally hit the main road, I let out a breath I didn't know I was holding. I didn't tell anyone about it at first. I told people I just needed a break and that the cabin was peaceful but boring. It wasn't until weeks later that I started looking into the place. I couldn't find the listing again. The website was gone. I found an old forum with a post from 2011 that mentioned Ridgeview 7. Someone said they stayed there and left early because they felt unsafe. The comments were all deleted. I never went back, but I still think about that cabin. I still wonder who or what was outside my... It started with something small. A favor. Just a simple favor for someone I didn't know very well, and maybe that's where I messed up. I'd been coming to the cabin for years, ever since I bought the place after selling my apartment in the city. It was a small, plain cabin, not much to look at, just a single room with a stove, a small bathroom, and a loft where I kept my bed. It was up in the mountains, past the paved roads, deep into the woods where only old dirt tracks led. That was the whole reason I got it. Peace, no people, no noise. I'd never even installed Wi-Fi, just solar panels, a water tank, and a propane setup. I wanted to be away. That was the point. The cabin sat about 2 hours past a town that was already pretty quiet. I always kept the truck fueled up, kept a couple of extra gas cans in the shed out back too. I didn't take visitors. Most people didn't even know where the place was. I didn't like giving out the location. But last winter, when I was at the town's grocery store grabbing supplies, canned food, dry goods, coffee, whatever would keep, I ran into a guy I kind of remembered from the hardware store in town. Name was Derek. He wasn't from town, just passed through sometimes. I think he said he was working odd jobs or doing seasonal work. Nothing about him really stood out. He was one of those people you forget right after talking to. Anyway, he saw me loading up my truck and started asking about where I was headed. I told him just out in the woods and tried to leave it at that, but he kept on. He started saying how he was in a tight spot, no place to stay for a while, and didn't have a way to get out of the weather. I didn't say much, just nodded and made some excuse about being in a rush, but he kept pressing. Said he'd help out with chores if I had a place. Said he just needed a week. Said he was quiet and didn't eat much. I don't know why, maybe I felt bad for the guy. Maybe I was tired and not thinking straight, but I told him he could come along for a bit. Just a few days, I said. It was cold that week. Real cold. Snow coming down in patches. I figured I'd let him stay 2 nights and then give him a lift back to town. I should have never let him in. The drive up was quiet. He didn't talk much, which I appreciated, but he kept looking around the truck, kept asking about what kind of food I had stocked up, what kind of generator I used, if I kept anything extra in the cabin. I brushed it off, told him it was just basic stuff. I didn't like the way he was snooping, but I figured maybe he was just curious. I didn't think too much of it. That first day, we got to the cabin just before dusk. I unlocked the door, turned on the little propane heater, and gave him one of the blankets I kept on the bottom shelf. I pointed to the couch near the window and said that was his spot. I wasn't going to give him the loft. That was my space. I cooked us both some soup from a can, and we sat there in silence while the wind started to pick up outside. He didn't thank me, didn't say much at all, just ate like he hadn't in days. Then he stretched out on the couch and was out cold before I even made it upstairs. That night, I didn't sleep well. Something felt off. I kept hearing small creaks from downstairs. Not loud enough to be anything serious, just little pops of the floorboards. I told myself it was the cold, the wood settling. Happens all the time in winter, but still, I didn't sleep much. The next morning, he was already up when I came down. He was just standing there, looking out the window like he was keeping watch. He had his hands in his jacket pockets, his shoulders hunched. I asked him if he wanted coffee, but he just shook his head. I made some for myself, cracked open some dried fruit and a couple granola bars and offered him one. He took it without saying anything. We didn't talk the rest of the day. I went out and chopped a bit of firewood, shoveled snow off the shed roof, and checked the solar battery. He stayed inside most of the time. That night, after I'd gone up to bed, I heard him walking around. Light footsteps, slow. I waited, thinking maybe he was going to the bathroom, but he wasn't. I didn't hear the door. I just heard the boards creaking around the kitchen. A drawer opened, then closed, then another. I quietly sat up in the loft, just listening. I stayed still for nearly an hour before it finally went quiet again. Next morning, I checked all the drawers. Nothing looked out of place, but I knew what I'd heard. He didn't say anything, just nodded when I came downstairs, sat on the couch like nothing happened. That day, I told him I'd be heading into town in the morning and that he should come along. Said I had stuff to do, and I'd be locking up the cabin for a few days. He didn't say no, just gave me a long stare. It wasn't angry, just blank, like he was thinking. That night, I kept my hunting knife beside the bed. I didn't sleep at all. Around 2 or 3 in the morning, I heard something again. Not just footsteps this time. A soft scrape, metal on wood. I stayed in bed, barely breathing. My hand gripped the knife handle tight. Then I heard the sound of the front door trying to open. It was locked, of course. Then silence. I stayed like that until dawn. When the sun came up, I went downstairs. He wasn't on the couch. The front door was still locked. I checked it twice. I looked around and finally found him outside, behind the shed, just standing there in the snow, no coat on, just standing. When he saw me, he turned and walked back inside like nothing happened. No explanation, just walked past me. That was it. I didn't care how cold it was. I told him we were leaving that morning. He didn't argue. He just packed his things, which wasn't much. A small backpack. That's it. We got in the truck, drove in silence all the way back to town. I dropped him off at the same place I'd picked him up from, just off Main Street. He shut the door without saying anything and walked off without looking back. I should have felt better, but I didn't. That was only the beginning. A week later, I was back at the cabin. I figured it was over. I changed the locks, made sure everything was secure. I even installed a little motion sensor light near the door. It ran on solar. Nothing fancy, just something basic. I tried to get back into my routine, chopping wood, reading old books, taking long walks on the trails. But one night, I came back from a walk and found the cabin door half open. I froze. I knew I'd locked it. I stepped in slow, knife in hand. Every corner looked normal. Nothing was taken. Nothing looked out of place. But the old coffee mug I always used was sitting in the middle of the table. I never left it there. I always washed it and left it in the drying rack by the sink. Always. That wasn't a mistake I would make. I checked everything again. Shed, battery box, gas tanks, propane tank, even the loft. Nothing. I didn't sleep that night. I sat by the window with the light off, watching the trees. Morning came and I left again. Went to town. Told the sheriff someone had broken in. He didn't seem too concerned. Just said to keep the doors locked and maybe install a camera. I bought one. It was one of those small trail cams you can strap to a tree. Motion activated. I mounted it facing the door, just above the window. I stayed in town 2 nights, then went back up. When I checked the camera, the first 2 days were normal. Just animals passing by. Fox, a couple deer, birds. Nothing strange. Then I saw it. A man. In the middle of the night. Hood up. Face mostly turned away. Walked right up to the cabin. Tried the door. When it didn't open, he looked at the camera. Just for a second. Then walked back into the woods. The timestamp said it was 3:13 a.m., just one night before I arrived. I took the camera down, drove straight to town, showed the sheriff. He squinted at the screen, nodded slowly, said he'd keep an eye out. That was it. No one came to follow up. 2 days later, I was back at the cabin again, this time with a gun. I didn't like having it, but I wasn't going to take chances. The next week passed quiet. Too quiet. Nothing moved out there. No birds. No deer. No sounds at night. Then one morning, I found boot prints in the snow. Big ones. Not mine. They came from the trees. Walked to the door. Stopped. Then turned back. No knock. No attempt to get in. Just watching, maybe. That night, I sat up again. Lights off. Watching from the loft. Gun in my lap. Knife on the table. I didn't sleep. At 2:49 a.m., I saw something. Just a flicker at first. A shape. A shadow moving between trees. Then a second figure. 2 of them. Just standing there, maybe 30 feet from the cabin. Not moving. Not walking. Just watching. They stayed there for over 10 minutes. Then walked off. The next morning, I packed everything I could and drove into town. That was 3 months ago. I haven't gone back. I sold the cabin 2 weeks later. I didn't even go back to clear it out. I told the agent to sell it as is. Whoever bought it never called me. I never checked in. I left it all behind. I live in a small apartment now, closer to people, closer to light and noise and neighbors.